People hate 3 months of marital bliss.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
4 months slub. 4 months slub.
two. 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 How's it going, everybody? How's it going, folks? Friends? Hello. It's me. Hello. Was it me you're looking for? Remember that one? Probably remember because we've talked about it multiple times. You look like you're still recovering from the field trip. Oh, man. Oh, man. That was tiring. Thank you, Gen X Bushy. That was so tiring. Yes, I was on a field trip with my kids' kindergarten class yesterday. Did some parent volunteering. I told you a couple weeks ago I'd forgotten about that thing that he had to do and felt super bad about it afterwards. So I was like, I'm going to make it up by doing a parent volunteer for the kindergarten field trip. And oh boy, it was very exhausting. Yeah. The 10-second clip exhausted me. It was the bus. The bus there was like that. That was like during the lunch period. Man, it's really hard to function in that environment. Because it's not like it's that tiring physically. I guess I am getting older. I'm maybe a little bit overweight, so it's getting harder for me to just stay on my feet for a few hours. Ultimately, what's exhausting is just that energy, just being around that energy for a prolonged period of time. Because I can't, in a big echoey room with a bunch of kids shouting, my brain just starts. I can't think about anything. Like, I just go into pure shutdown mode. I can't do anything. I can't think. I just go into this kind of like catatonic state. It's really difficult. I imagine having to do that day in, day out, every single day. Having to do it day in, day out, every single day would be really difficult. I mean, it's difficult enough to just do that with one kid. Catatonia is underrated as a coping method. It's true. That's right, everyone. I do that exact face. You saw it in the video. Did I have a rain energy drink? No, I didn't. I had a Diet Coke. I was like rocking back and forth in the fetal position. That's nice. Yeah, it's comforting. Very comforting. It was fun though. Like, he was supposed to go to the swimming pool, which he was really excited about. It's part of like the University of Montreal campus. So they've got a big like sports facility. So they were supposed to be able to go swim in the pool, but it was closed. I guess they had to close the pool for some reason. I don't know if it's COVID related or what. They didn't say what the reason was. So they just went to like the facility anyways, and they did a bunch of like stations and like played with the gymnastic mats and had a little obstacle course and doing all kinds of games and stuff. You know, it was cool. It was cool for them. And he really liked that I was there too. He was really happy that I was there. Which is nice. You know, we had fun. No, they didn't even swim. No. They had a good time though. They had a good time. But yeah, when that level of noise and like stuff starts going on, very difficult for me to focus on anything at all. Oh, by the way, thank you to Fart Party 69. Thank you for the 3 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Fart Party 69. Thank you also to Black Cat Paradise. The 4 months of Tier 1. Thank you to you both. I don't know what the hell's going on in that bot spam channel in the Discord server. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what's going on with any of that stuff. I was started getting all these notifications and I was looking at the bot spam. I was like, what the hell's going on here? What is this? That level of noise is difficult to focus on anything at all, like Marvel movies. Unfortunately, I am going to have to decline. I'm sorry to say, I'm gonna have to decline the marriage, which I don't know if it was a bot that was doing that. If that was a bot or what, I didn't totally understand what was going on. Sorry to say. Clueless said no to mine, but yes to Kleppy's. Jesus. Outrageous. This is the weirdest season of The Bachelor. I still don't understand what was going on. I still don't understand what, all of a sudden people are in the bot spam channel just communicating with the bots. I never look in there, and all of a sudden I was last night. I'm like, what the heck? Some kind of weird shit is going on in here now. I have no idea what's going on either. Well, that's good. That makes two of us. Sorry, fart party. Okay, it's not you. It's not you, fart party 69. It's me. It's just a weird time in my life. You know, I got to figure my own life out first, before I get to any of that stuff. I have kind of yeah. It's me. Okay? Don't blame yourself. It's not you, it's Mealy Dan. I don't even know what that is supposed to mean, but okay. It is true. Let's see. Do I tweet that I'm live today? Picture is better. I think that one's better. I might try and do a little experiment today and tweet that I'm live, and then when we do specific stuff, do updates on the thread to be like, I'm talking about X, and do 2 or 3 tweets. See if that has any impact. I can't believe something called Snitchbot proved to be untrustworthy. I'm going live, a thread. Use the emote, though. It's okay, we still stand a bedhead king. This is actually not bedhead. This is... I took a shower, and then a brief towel dry, then put on the hat. I went for a little walk. I didn't have an energy drink, so I went to pick up an energy drink. I picked up a Rain Orange Dreamsicle. I also picked up a Subway. Had Subway for lunch today. What do you think about that? I had the Southwest steak avocado wrap from Subway. I didn't eat it on the stream though. I felt like it was going to be messy. $10,000 sandwiches. Is that too outrageous for you? Even you, 10,000 sandwiches? A Subway wrap. I always get the wraps. I prefer it in wrap form. Wish I was a steak avocado wrap. You guys aren't fans of you folks aren't fans of the Subway steak, the steak sandwich stuff that they put in there? I like it. Yeah, more like 9,999 sandwiches. That's right. After today's sale, I'm one step closer to making cars rectangular again. That sounds great. I'm happy for you. That's going to be if I do ever buy another car, that's going to be my next purchase as well. The whole last 20, 30 years of car design is just shit, isn't it? It's not real steak, it's some sort of steak food product. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what it is delicious. Whatever it is. I'd get a meatball sub when my self-esteem is really low before I went vegan. Those are fun. The lowest self-esteem meatball subs, those are great. Yeah. Subway is not good, but in another larger sense, it is perfect. Sometimes you just need it. And I got an energy drink today, so I didn't, but I really enjoy like the fountain soda at Subway. I usually get one of those diet cherry Pepsis from they have one of those fancy like touchscreen fountain soda things. That's nice. That's good stuff. The entire Celtics coaching staff has COVID. I didn't know that. They were winning that last round under extreme conditions, I guess. Subway bread is not bread. Irish court rules. Well, what is it then? If it's not bread, like what am I eating when I do eat Subway bread then? I had my first Coke Zero recently and it was good. You like that, G Clippy? Not a big fan of the Coke Zero. It's pastry. Okay. Subway rap, Coke freestyle. I think Rob's becoming a b-boy. Oh, goodness.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Don Dark Sony. Thanks for gifting a sub to Feminist Critique. Thank you. Hello, Rudy Prospero. Coke Zero good, Diet Coke bad. Oh, boy. Rob entering his b-boy era would be fun. It's funny that you say that too, because today I'm totally wearing like a b-boy outfit. Like I'm wearing a gray sweatsuit. Like with the purple shirt. What do we think about that? What do we think about that? Are you into that? Coke Zero is just okay to me as well, Dakadoon. Hello there, fellow kids. Well, chin chin. Chin chin to you, friends. To us. Always come back to Diet Coke as well. I moved on from Diet Coke and Coke Zero to Bang Miami Cola, which is like super Diet Coke. Okay, now I'm listening. Now I'm listening. That's what I call a pitch. Coke Zero is just alright. 300 milligrams of caffeine. I like that. I like what I'm hearing. What's the line from Django Unchained? You had my curiosity, now you have my attention. When I hear Super Diet Coke, that's my reaction. Diet Coke fans love that special aftertaste of artificial sweeteners that lingers in their mouth for days. That's right, I do. That's correct. Honestly, to me, Diet Coke doesn't even really taste sweet. It doesn't even taste like anything to me. It tastes just like cola flavored water, essentially. I saw someone online one time, and it's always stuck with me. Someone described it as drinking an algorithm. And that always stuck out to me. I was like, it is like that, isn't it? You drink Diet Coke and you're like, this should not exist. Like it exists in some flavor profile that's like a affront to the laws of science. Yeah, I'm the same, G Clippy. Maybe it's like everyone has a personal taste thing. I don't know. Like with the cilantro thing, some people think it tastes like soap. I cannot taste the artificial sweetener in Diet Coke at all, whereas stevia sweetened stuff is disgusting to me. This is what I mean. Starbucks food is like that. It's just plus 1 HP. Last night I had a Diet Dr. Pepper and it changed my life. I enjoyed a nice Diet Dr. Pepper last night as well. Great beverage. Casually hides his Diet Pepsi and smiles awkwardly. You know what, Norm, I enjoy a Diet Pepsi. I prefer Diet Coke. I'm not one of these, like, has to be one of the other. I'm not militant about it. I enjoy a Diet Pepsi sometimes as well. I prefer Diet Coke. If someone only has Diet Pepsi, though, sometimes it's like a nice little treat, though. That, to me, tastes a little bit sweeter. That Pepsi, like Diet Pepsi tastes, I can taste the sweetness in that, which sometimes you want. Sometimes you want after some like spicy Chinese food or something, you know? It's nice. Diet DP is perhaps the pinnacle of diet sodas. Yeah, I would say it's like I agree. I would always go back to Diet Coke too, but in terms of like a outside of that, you definitely. Should we do a tier list of all the sodas and pops? I mean, the only thing is we do have other stuff to talk about today. This is the only issue. Because we're talking about a day-long exercise there. Because that's going to get heated. Communism is when only one soda choice. I think we should have multiple. We should have 5. We should have 5 different sodas. And we're going to nationalize. We're going to seize the means of production of the Coke factories and the Pepsi factories. We get the secret formulas. It belongs to the people. Okay? The secret Diet Coke formula belongs to the people. Coca-Cola is tier 1 since you can mix it with any alcohol. Yeah. That can be enjoyable too, but like you have more than a few of those. That's like a lot of sugar though. That's a lot of sugar. Which can make you feel terrible afterwards. There can be no universal liberation until Coca-Cola is free for everyone. That's right. Replace all soda with refreshing Slurm. One of every color. That's right. Lemon, lime, orange, cherry cola. Something like that. I would say lemon. You have one lemon, lime, one orange, one cola, one cherry, and then if you want cherry cola, you can mix it. Okay? And then one Dr. Pepper flavor. That's not really cola. That's not really anything.
Use the
That's
computer
kind
to
of a
mark
mix
up
of
the size of the account.
One
This is
spiced
how the
cola. Thank
revolution
you.
begins. First the secret cola formula, then we figure it out from there. Bun pausers.
That's right, useless. Thank you. This is what's going to get people on board with our program. Where do we stand on the cream soda issue? That's interesting. That's an interesting question. I don't drink it very often, but if you enjoy it, go for it. It's not really my thing. Sometimes I gotta say a cream soda is quite enjoyable, though. Sometimes, not always, maybe once or twice a year. It's like a nice little treat. I think, so under communism, you have one cream soda during the holidays. Okay, you get to have one. It's not an all year thing, all right? It's a special holiday product. Got into that good sarsaparilla? I like how the dude calls it an oat soda as well. Oat soda. That's a fun slang term. It's funny how we're all pretending root beer isn't king of sodas. Man, forgot about root beer. Also not something that I drink often, but can be very enjoyable, though. Root beer is the loudest voice, but also the one that no one wants to. Man, nothing gets the people talking like this. Crystal Pepsi is when humanity transcends communism to the next phase. That's why when it was released, we couldn't. It was just too. We weren't there yet. We weren't ready for it. We weren't ready for Crystal Pepsi when it was released. We rejected it. Humanity just wasn't evolved enough to get to that level yet. Mug root beer supremacy, and I'll not debate this. I don't know if I have a big root beer preference. I do remember when I started going to high school, there was like a drink machine in the cafeteria that had Barks. And I don't know if it was like a new product at the time. I don't know when Barks was introduced in Canada. I never remember seeing it before then. But you could get a Barks root beer at the drink machine in the cafeteria in Brockville Collegiate Institute in probably the year 2000, 1999, 2000. And it was I remember really enjoying that. Crystal Pepsi was actually invented by Marshall Zukov, but it was called White Coke. I did not know that. Clearly Canadian. Dude, now we're getting really deep into the lore. Now we're getting into the lore. Yeah, the dad's root beer, that is good, Norm. That is good. RC Cola. RC Cola, like every time I think about RC Cola, I think about like a warm summer night, walking around the suburbs, causing trouble. Skateboarding, doing stuff. And then you show up you get to the convenience store, the dépanneur, the bodega, whatever you want to call it. The 7-Eleven, the Couche-Tard, the Max. I don't know if Max still exists. And you get like a big 2-liter of RC Cola and you're just chugging from the 2-liter. You're chugging from the 2-liter. I'm a big Fresca proponent as well. I forgot to mention that. Shit, we're getting way over 5 now. Skateboarding is not causing trouble. In my town, it was. I don't know. It was just naturally shunted into troublemaking, generic troublemaking. I didn't skateboard, but a lot of my friends did. Yeah, I'm a big Fresca proponent. That's for sure. That is for sure surviving into the next phase of our, socioeconomic system when we get to that point. Maybe we expand this idea to like 15 sodas, but rotate them across the world so they'll be like the McRib returning. That's kind of nice. That's kind of a nice idea. It's like a special little treat, a special little surprise. It's Fresca month coming up. You start stockpiling it. There's all the corruption in the Fresca supply chains. There's all this corruption. People just hoarding the Fresca. Then you gotta go in with the secret police and see what's up. The black market sodas. The Fresca triad. You realize the McRibs are just kept in a warehouse in Little Rock, Arkansas until it's time to bring them back out every 18 months. I did not know that. And in fact, I really like McDonald's, but I never really the McRib doesn't do much for me. The Mostra Fresca. The Nordic countries fears that they don't have an allotment of Sprite for Christmas time. They'll have to wait till March. It would be great if we were arguing about this, though, and not more serious things. Like if that was the worst problem that we had after the revolution, it would be that'd be doing pretty well, I think. They never brought the McRib back. They're just trying to get rid of the original supply from 1984. Are you or have you ever been a member of the Pepsi generation? I'll remind you that you're under oath. You're being tried by this revolutionary subcommittee. Hoarding the people's Fresca. Do not become accustomed to having the Fresca. You will begin to resent its absence. Turn on the big tap. Just filling their buckets. Oh, Nordic country. Yeah, you can just keep your carbonated fish juice. You can just hold on to that. Don't worry about it. We don't need any. Actually, you can have all of that. That's maybe with Mountain Dew Baja Blast. There's not a lot of Taco Bells. Again, I've talked about this before, especially in Quebec. There's no Taco Bells. So that's really the only place I ever see Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I see it at the grocery store sometimes, but I want a diet version. I don't know. I'm not going to buy 12 Baja Blasts. I just feel like it's just going to destroy my health. An hour of meetings, see Owen on the other side. Okay, take care, Outrun. Oh, man. Begun the beverage wars have. That's the thing that undoes the whole revolution. We overthrow capitalism. We seize the means of production. Everything's going great. We're headed towards this glorious future of hope, solidarity, comradeship, and it just gets torn apart. This, the great soda schism of 2027 destroys everything that we've built, and it allows the reactionary trends to creep back in. Pepsis. First it was Trotsky, and now it's something. Or the revolution is torn apart by neo-physicalism.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob is a revisionist.
Thank you, human person, for the 4 months of Tier 1. A revisionist. The Fruitopians. Oh my god. This has gone so off the rails so quickly. We have reached the pun segment, Rob. Please do the news. You know what I wanted to watch today? I got something very special. I got something very special that everyone's going to really enjoy. Because 2 of the absolute titans of Canada's conservative movement came together over the last couple of days. There was an intellectual clash of the titans. Some extremely high-level ideas were discussed. And if we pay attention to what these things were, what was said during this amazingly important seismic event, we can understand what the conservative movement in this country, where it's going, what their values are, how they're going to fix housing, how they're going to fix this impending economic collapse, foreign policy. That's right. It's a conversation with Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre that took place. And we're gonna take a look at this interview and see Jordan and Pierre talk about housing. They're gonna talk about socialism, how to protect Canadians from the evil dangers of socialism. We're going to hear that Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre both actually know what that is. They know what it is, and they're against it. They know exactly what it is. And they're going to explain all this to us. Thank you, Marina. I've been waiting for you to show up, so I'm ready to go now as well. Socialism will have nowhere to hide this time. Don't know if I can handle that. Yes, you can. Yes, you can handle it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Look at this. Who's that? Risk Inverse. Thanks very much for the gifted sub. Thank you, Risk Inverse. I'm totally down for watching some Jordan Peterson, Rob. I support you. Thank you, Lodane. I mean, listen, I'm laying it on a little thick here. It's obviously going to be painful to watch, but I feel like if we want to... I do think it's valuable for us to, these are the conservative thought leaders, whether we like it or not, whether it makes sense or not, these are the conservative thought leaders right now. This is where the conservative movement in Canada is going. So as painful as that is for everyone, that these fucking doofuses are the ones that are have the ability to have control over our lives or make changes in society, as frightening as that is, we do have to take a look at what these fucking weirdos are saying to each other so we can try to understand, what their views are, how they frame all these very real issues that we're having in our culture, the environment, housing, all this stuff. Like I want to hear what they actually think about this. I want to hear what they think socialism is and how it's a danger to society somehow. I want to hear Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre describe how the conservative movement is going to fix these very real problems. I want to be the communist thought leader. Well, me too. You already kind of are. We have kind of a cadre going, Marina. You know, I'm a communist thought leader. You. There's others. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to watch some Jordan Peterson clips. Man, the Twitch Automon is really not happy about the thoughts comment. Is that how you spell his name? Poilievre. I watched this whole thing. Oh god, well we're gonna watch this whole fucking thing today too. Poili. Poili. Evre. Okay. It's like that. I thought it was Poilievre for a long time. I thought it was like a French thing. Maybe it is. Poilievre, I guess, is maybe French. Probably is. I thought it was Pierre Poilievre. You don't have to spell it right. Are they going to touch dicks? I don't know. Maybe. Lodane's a thought leader as well. Reject francophone, embrace anglophonication. What's like me? You know? Rob Russo. Currently getting my ass beat by the child safety cap on my weed. Oh no. That's not cool. I'm running a little low on this guy. I finally just bit the bullet and because you can't get these. You know, in Quebec, you can't get these. These little, like, what is it called again? Distillate? Whatever. You can't get these, so I just had to order some. Running pretty low. I just had to order some from, like, this website, because it's kind of like a legal gray area. You can order it from elsewhere in Canada, and they just send it to you. I don't know if it's technically legal. Oh, it's not a maple leaf. It's like a cannabis leaf. It's like in this legal gray area that it's like I don't think it's technically legal, but you can just order it online. Order a couple. I wonder actually when it's gonna. Maybe I should check my. Because having this little pen has been kind of life-changing for me. Having this pen has been somewhat life-changing. I told you I had kind of taken a fairly long break for a few months, and now I'm kind of way back in the lifestyle, and having this pen is a big part of it. And like being able to just like use it at any time and to not really smell or like not really the convenience of it. It's like really enjoyable. It works really well. It makes brain feel good. You can always be a little too super high. Yeah. It's true. I'm just at a point now where for basically the entire day, I'm just like at a certain level. I never really go below a certain level now, which is satisfying. Diet Coke vape, hell yeah, that'd be wonderful. If you could include caffeine into this somehow, if you could include just this exact thing with just a small amount of caffeine or a small amount of something, that's the future. That would just be perfect. As it is, just having like an iced coffee and a little bit of this is nice, or an energy drink. Sometimes I get to the point where I feel like it's a little too much. The divine pairing it is. If you have a little blast from this and an iced coffee, it's just like the fucking best. Like a vape for loco is what I'm saying, yeah. I would like to breathe. I mean, the thing is, I like eating, but maybe it'd be better for me if I could just vape food as well. Sometimes like it's a little bit too much. Every now and then it's a little bit too much, but usually I can just like get into doing something cool that just makes me get over that hump of like this is a little too much for what I was thinking about right now. Put on some music. This morning I cleaned up my kitchen while listening to The Night Fly by Donald Fagen, you know. It was nice. I played a little Fortnite. They have caffeine vapes. Is that true? Does CBD work for people? I probably smoke too much weed. I don't know. I think CBD is like a placebo, but it's still kind of nice though. I don't know. I remember I had a CBD vape for a while, and it was just kind of nice to be able to go like this, you know, and just because a lot of the time with that, it's just this. It's not even the feeling that I want, but it's just this, you know. It's just that, that's the enjoyable thing that I'm after. It's not a placebo. You guys really need to know a little bit of science about the shit you're putting in your body, for fuck's sake. Oh my fucking god. Well, I guess just in comparison to weed, it's basically a placebo. It doesn't mean there's nothing. It's just like it's just mild. It's like a mild tranquilizer, you know? And if you're used to having this, it's hard to notice the difference. I'm not saying that it's nothing, but when you're used to experiencing like a high, then it's not that. I only use CBD with THC. I think they work together. Okay. CBD is the only thing I can tolerate, else I freak out. It's great for most days. Yeah. I enjoy it. God damn it, no, there's literally 1 H atom difference between THC and CBD. Okay. CBD will help reduce paranoia from THC. Okay, that's interesting. It activates the non-highness effects. CBD is a placebo, so use the real stuff. Crystal meth. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Anyway, I'm looking forward to my new cartridges getting here in the mail. New Frontier off that Nightfly album is so good. It's fucking great. And the title track, The Nightfly. Oh my god, it's so good. It is so good. A bunch of really good songs on that album. I also really like The Goodbye Look. which is like a really funny song. The Goodbye Look. It's like this island, this kind of tropical island jam about this American that's caught up in some kind of like military coup in like a politically unstable Caribbean island. And it's funny because it's got that kind of jam, that kind of Caribbean jam, but the lyrics are kind of this really dark scene. And in my interpretation of it anyways, the Goodbye Look is like he's with some local girl and he's being like led away. He says, "Oh, there's a reception just for me tonight behind the hotel by the beach." And he looks at the local girl that he's with as they're taking him away, and he's like, "I believe I just got the goodbye look." She's like, "No, I'm not helping you." I like that. That's good. Ironically, I can't say that shit. You should know what's going on in your body as I'm like holding a McDonald's cheeseburger with an ingredients list full of question marks I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. I just don't think about that stuff, Lodane. I just don't think about that stuff. Just put it in my body. I don't care. Okay, so we're gonna watch this. Ooh, expected delivery tomorrow by end of day. We like that. We like that. We're just doing everything possible to stall watching this. I heard that after 7 years, all the cells in your body are replaced by microplastics. Yeah, it's called evolution. Okay. All the kind of hippie like green party voters don't want to admit this. Just because we're evolving into cool like post-human, more plastic than human beings now. I'm gonna be laughing all the way to the bank with all my new abilities. I think they're probably gonna kill us all, but what are you gonna do? If by kill us you mean kill off our humanity as we evolve into the next phase, then yes. Neuroplasticity is a good thing, freaking enviro dorks. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sigma males have moved on to macroplastics. Are you ready for this? Are we ready for this, folks? Great opening frame. Great opening frame. I feel good about this talk already. I mix microplastics with ivermectin and shoot it up my butthole, and I'm strong as hell. Hell yeah, HTA. There we go. We love it. As long as you do the butthole sunning afterwards. You got to include that into the regimen. Include the butthole sunning. That's a key. That's key. It doesn't work without that. You get that, the powers of the sun onto the butthole. That's when you're really cooking with gas. Boof that sunshine. That's right. That's often the expression that we say around here. We often say that. I'm just updating my title. This has been an outrageous stream already. We've covered a lot. We've covered a lot of bases. I think we've come to some interesting conclusions and made some progress here today so far. I'm almost sure Peterson could be talked into the whole butthole sun. There's a lot of crossover with the Peterson heads and the whole like butthole sunning ivermectin crowd as well, right? I'm sure Jordan could be sold on this. I mean, they sold him on eating nothing but meat, which he almost died. For sure, he's probably already doing that stuff. He does that exact face. He does this exact face. When he does it. That's when you can see his powers are growing.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Butthole son, won't you come and wash away the pain? Butthole son, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come?
Won't you come indeed? Thank you, Old Dutch, for the 14 months resub at tier 2. Appreciate it a lot. Getting skin cancer on your asshole, toe in the libs. The dark. I like the dark soy face. That's good. I like that. If he was pointing to something while making that face. And I talked about tweeting a thread. I talked about tweeting a thread of I'm Live post, and I didn't do that for the first time. I didn't do the first tweet. I'm just finding a good clip to tweet that I'm live, and then we're off to the races. We're gonna be watching this video. Putting back in his clean room. That's right. He has this massive collection of communist paraphernalia, memorabilia. What the fuck is that about? I don't know. He should probably. Obviously, we saw from his debate with Zizek that he hasn't actually read anything. He loves to opine about socialism stuff. We know from that conversation that he hasn't actually done. I think he might have read the Communist Manifesto just like to cram for that debate. Maybe. But I don't think he's actually read or engaged with any of this stuff at all. Okay. Done. That's done. I tweeted that I'm live. We can get to the bulk of the episode now. This is the interview of the century. Again, the intellectual titans of Canada's conservative movement, Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre is the man whose limitless charisma is just setting the entire movement on fire right now. And I would like to understand a little further about what these two men, what their ideas are about the environment, housing, socialism. I want to hear the proposed solutions to these big crises that's facing our society right now. Why are all my viewers men? Peterson literally went on Twitter the other day and was like, everyone's so mean on Twitter. I'm leaving Twitter because everyone's always leaving these mean replies. Sir, you literally just went viral for just calling the Sports Illustrated swimsuit cover model ugly. Right? That's your bit, like, you're literally just, that's your point you're making, was that the swimsuit model is not attractive to you. And you're complaining about everyone being mean to you. Anyway. Again, I'm sure this is going to be painful. Yes, it is. But I think it's worth it still to we can laugh at it. We can, you know, amuse ourselves with the fact that, like, these people that are leading this kind of whole movement have such a tenuous grasp on any of the subjects that they're talking about. That's kind of a depressing thought, but it's also kind of funny at the same time. I could try putting at 1.5 speed. I mean, it is a really long one. That's really like... They start off, there's a whole intro. They start off talking about the conservative philosophy and the free market system. Oh boy, it's going to be great. We'll see how it is on 1.5. Sometimes that bothers me, though. Here we go. Here's Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre.
When you look at Canada at the moment, what are our problems?
Well, the central underlying illness is a monstrous growth in the power and cost of the state at the expense of the agency and freedom of the people. I'm here simply restoring what already belonged to Canadians by virtue of their 800-year inheritance of English liberties going back to the Magna Carta. I'm just among the common people who are custodians of that freedom while we're alive. You know, Edmund Burke said it's a contract between the dead, the living, and the yet to be born. And we're the living generation has the duty to pass on that inheritance.
What's your climate plan again, Pierre? Let's hear about that. 800-year inheritance, my fucking ass. Yeah. Really, I want to hear about Pierre's debt to the unborn or whatever, and about what we owe the coming generations. I'm sure he's got some great ideas about this. I'm so mad already. It's 47 seconds into this video. I'm just enraged.
And that's what I see myself doing, is to rekindle that inheritance and pass it on to my kids, and so they can pass it on to their kids. And I'll pass away into fade away into the past one day, but hopefully we'll have secured the freedom
probably sooner rather than later
for many more generations to come. And that's what I mean when I want to give people back control of their life in the present. It's also to extend it into the future. So that's my purpose. That's why I'm running. People want to support me. My
good
Pierre
job,
PM.ca that's Pierre 4, the number 4.
Yeah, you say we're trying to secure a future for the children. Is that it? Bring up Magna Carta is a pretty good litmus test. The person's talking is an ass. It just said the 14 words in a new way. On the shelf behind him, literally 1984. This is how you know this guy's serious. This is how you know this man is serious.
PM.ca is how you can sign up, become a member, and do that. And I would be honored to have people support in this enterprise.
When's Jordan Peterson going to interview me? If this man actually cared about the marketplace of ideas and dialogue, he should get out of his ideological bubble. When is he going to bring me on the program? Does he just want to talk with people that he agrees with all the time? Or does he want an exchange of ideas? It kind of seems like these guys are just snowflakes that just want to talk to each other all day about whatever bullshit. you'd think you would ask me if you actually cared about the free exchange of ideas.
Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased today to have with me
In
Mr.
Canada,
Pierre
the 14
Poilievre.
words is an extra
He
clause
is
for
the
preserving
current
mining
frontrunner
rights.
in the race for leadership of the federal Conservative Party of Canada, and he is therefore a likely candidate for Prime Minister of
Look at
Canada
this fucking
within
guy.
the foreseeable future.
Oh. Look at this. Seriously. Look at this man's
You can
face.
count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Consider, if you will, the lobster. It exists solely to cry about society passing it by, and lies about apple juice causing dread while knowing that it's probably the lobster's addiction to kelp. Then its daughter tries to kill it with an all-beef diet.
Thank you, King Uendo, for the 19 months of Tier 1. And all the support. Thank you, King Uendo. Just look at this guy's face, though. This is the man whose charisma is unifying the whole conservative movement right now. Imagine if this guy is the fucking conservative, neo-fascist prime minister of the future. Imagine if this man is overseeing the full collapse of whatever remains of the liberal ruling order into installing a new regime of paternalistic, racist fascism. Imagine this man is the one overseeing that. This man has seen the inside of many a high school locker. Clearly not enough. This guy, though. This is the test face we'll see when he gets sent to the concentration camps. This really fucking pisses me off. Not some noble barbarian. The last face we see. Sorry, yeah. A fucking nerd. Yeah, imagine you're being led into the camps and it's the portrait. It's this face. You know, in his favorite book, 1984, the Big Brother's watching you hold the thing. Imagine that's the face that's in all the posters. How grim and depressing is that? Oh, 2 minutes into this hour-and-a-half long video.
And he is therefore a likely candidate for Prime Minister of Canada within the foreseeable future, within the next few years. The Conservatives in Canada...
It's funny, too. I'm sorry. What's funny, too, though, is that Jordan Peterson is not good at, hosting a show. Take it from... And I know that to be compelling and engaging. He's someone that can show up and be interviewed and say a bunch of wacky stuff, but, do you want him conducting an interview? This channel is the comfortable chair that I sit in at the beginning of a long day. Thanks, Rob. Thank you, J-Bon. It's that face with the tagline, didn't see this coming, did ya? Which is extra humiliating. Because we did see it coming. Yes. Okay, fucking... Okay.
Have served historically, alternatively, to lead Canada, competing with the Liberals primarily at the federal or national and provincial or state level. Although the Liberals, their primary opponents, have been more historically successful, so they've served more terms. Mr. Poilievre served as a senior cabinet minister in Prime Minister Stephen Harper's Conservative government.
He's reading this.
Prior to the recent
He's
election
reading
of
all
Justin
this.
Trudeau and the Liberals, and has served as a member of Parliament for 7
Look at him.
terms. And with that brief introduction, I'm going to turn...
When you see me doing interviews, you see me going, looking, reading something? You can't remember how to introduce this man? Jesus.
the discussion over to Mr. Poilievre, who can fill us in on a little biographical information so we know who he is, and then we'll turn to more specific
You
issues.
can count on
Thanks
me.
very much
You're
for
gonna have good
agreeing
old
to...
Rob to talk you through all this.
God, look at his face. Oh, it makes me so mad. Adamat, thank you for the Prime sub. Look at that brand new community member, Adamat. Look at that. We love it. Thank you, Adamat. God, this guy's face just makes me angry.
Talk to me today, and welcome.
Thanks very much, Dr. Peterson. Great to be with you.
So we'll do Jordan and Pierre. How's that?
That's fine by me.
All right, away we go. So let's start. Who are
Dr.
you? Who are you?
Peterson,
Where'd you come
fuck
from? And how did you
off.
get interested in politics? And why are you the man for the job here?
Thank you. Well, like you, I'm from Alberta, although further south. I come from Calgary.
Red flag.
And My folks are from Saskatchewan.
Is he related
They
to Adrian
married in
Zenz? He does
77
look
Count on
like
me. You're
Calgary,
gonna have good old
where they
Rob to talk you through all this.
Marion Polikin. Thank you for the Prime sub. A couple new community members. Wonderful. With the Prime bucks. Just throwing their Prime bucks around. The big shots already. Look at that. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
adopted me. I was born of a 16-year-old unwed mother whose mother had just died. And so she was in no position to raise a child. So she put me up for adoption, and I was blessed to be adopted by Marlene and Don Polyev, two teachers from Saskatchewan, and a pretty normal upbringing. Grew up in the 80s, and like I was born in 79, so my early childhood was in the 80s. It was kind of a brutal time to be a homeowner or a family because there was these monstrous interest rates. So some of my earliest memories as a child were the financial stress that my folks were going through. And a lot of people were losing their homes and their livelihoods at that time. And I think that made an early impression on my thinking, even though at the time I didn't really understand what was happening or why. I was able later on to look back at that strain and stress and then try to diagnose it when I was old enough to understand. And that kind of formulated some of my political ideologies. We can return to that later on. But I grew up middle class. Couple of
about interest
rates. Got
rates.
Divorced when I was in my mid-teens, and
exactly the thing we all think about
mom and dad's place
growing
throughout
up.
my teenage years. Went to University of Calgary.
Yeah, so we do.
Yeah, I was really worried about these economic issues. That's why I'm a conservative now. Oh boy. I feel like we must be 1 hour in by now. Close. We are 5 minutes and 4 seconds in. This is the end of the intro period, though, and we're going to get into Pierre and Jordan's talk on conservative philosophy in the free market system, which I know is going to be really enjoyable. So here we go.
I have a fair bit in common because one of my parents, my father, is a teacher. Both my parents are from Saskatchewan. They moved to Alberta. Lots of people from Saskatchewan did. I got interested in politics at an early age. I remember that period of inflation because, my father, and maybe your parents, did they lose their pensions when the banks collapsed?
What was going on politically here in the 80s, by the way?
Mine
the
didn't lose their
80s
pensions.
in
We
general?
didn't have to move because
growing up in the 80s and the whole dawning of the neoliberal period. Who was responsible for that, by the way? I can't remember. All these economic issues that he's talking about shaping his worldview in the early to mid 80s. Can't quite remember what was going on at that time.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh shit, Don Zarksoni, thanks for gifting a sub to Grom Storino. I don't know if oh yeah, there's Grom's there in the chat. They have a philosophy. Yeah, I guess apparently they do. Welcome, Grom, and thanks for gifting a sub, Don Darksoni. Jesus.
I think in retrospect that was because of the interest rate hikes. I'm guessing that my folks were not able to pay the mortgage at the higher
Back
rates.
in the 80s, the socialists were in charge. That's right, in America and the UK.
We had to sell our car and downgrade our automobile and all of the above just to kind of keep our heads above water. And that would have been, I'm guessing, around sort of 83, 84. And
crabs, I've seen that. It's so bizarre.
Because the central government had unleashed a wicked assault on the energy sector called the National Energy Program. And simultaneously, the worst of the Trudeau socialist years were coming to bear on the entire national economy. So you had 12% inflation, 12% unemployment.
24% mortgage rates. That's real fun for everyone.
Yes. And highest misery index in Canadian history. That's unemployment plus inflation. And
the Trudeau socialist years, of course, that we all remember.
Yes.
And here we are with the same policies leading to the same results, just as the dog returns to its vomit and the sow returns to its mire. The burned fool's bandaged finger goes wobbling back to the fire, as Kipling would write. It was a miserable.
Who talks like this? Oh.
Miserable time for a lot of people. Now, I was blessed because my folks were teachers, so they ultimately didn't lose their livelihoods.
Why didn't they lose their livelihoods? That's a good question. Why didn't your teacher parents lose their livelihoods? Perhaps because they were part of a union, a strong union that made it so they had stable income and employment and benefits. Weird that you point to that. as the thing that protected your parents from the evils of socialism. The stability they had as being teachers in the mid-'80s, by the way. The famous socialist period of the mid-'80s. He hasn't read Kipling, but he has a book of quotations. But he memorizes like the mayor on Deadwood. I'm sure it's something like that. This is the guy that says he's supposed to be like relatable to like the everyman. By the way, this is like the everyman, conservative guy, populist guy, right? He's gonna talk to the good old boys from Alberta or wherever, and amaze him with his Kipling quotes. He's 4 years older than me, but he might be 86 years old. That's the thing. He's the same with me. Yeah. Jesus. Rapid socialist Brian Mulrooney. His parents' teacher, his positions as teachers protected them from the brutal socialist policies of Brian Mulrooney in the mid-'80s.
We were able to, we had a modest upbringing, but I would never have called myself poor. And my folks worked hard to make sure we could play hockey and enjoy life and go on camping trips. So I'm not, I would not cry poor, but it was a modest upbringing, one I'm very proud of, and one I'd like to pass on to my kids as well.
How old were you when you got interested in politics? And what were you like in high school?
Well, I was a scrappy kid who loved sports, and then
He's
I got
reading all these questions. Terrible interviewer.
Which made it impossible.
Many people say that I'm a very good interviewer, and I'm not like this at all.
Or football or any other sports that I enjoyed. So I'd get home from school and be bored out of my skull. My mom used to go and attend progressive conservative meetings, and so I said, "Why don't you take me to one of these meetings? Because I've got nothing to do." And she took me, and I fell in love with it, and I just started reading books, all kinds about.
Oh God, you shouldn't do that.
I'm still recovering from that, and.
My mom took me to, when I was a bored teenager, my mom would take me to the progressive conservative meetings. Jesus Christ. That should be child abuse. That should be classified as child abuse. Progressive, that's the thing, the progressive conservatives, that's what they call conservatives in Canada. Some marketing guy dreamed that up. What if we have the same conservative policies, but just call it progressive conservatives? And then, like, Canadians who feel like they have some kind of form of, sense of social justice or anything can feel okay voting for our regressive policies and still pretend that they're like these enlightened kind of liberal thinkers. It's like Dr. Evil talking about his childhood. So, Christ.
So why in the world were you attracted to conservatism? Because that's not a particularly... What would you say? It's not necessarily an attractive proposition for the typical young person, although
no, it is not.
Something could be
in fact, it's weird.
So, but what attracted you to conservative philosophy?
It's really weird, actually.
To do that. I started off by reading a lot of left-wing books and commentary, and was very, very briefly persuaded by that. But then I stumbled on a book called Capitalism and Freedom by Milton Friedman.
I really want to know what these left-wing books were that Pierre briefly dallied with. And of course, even Milton Friedman, really, as everyone's like a troubled, alienated teenager. They're trying to find a way to explain the world around them. Of course, they reach out to the teachings of Milton Friedman. Looking weirdo. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Who just sent this link that I just clicked on? DRP. This is... Here's Pierre. Here's Pierre in high school. His high school quote, "What is truly horrific is the existing welfare state." This man was grown in some kind of laboratory. I'm certain of it. They just grew this guy in a fucking laboratory. He's going to PC meetings and reading Milton Friedman as a fucking teenager. He clearly was not shoved into enough lockers. Wasn't he adopted? Well, this is it. This is my, like, tinfoil hat conspiracy theory here. I think he was grown in some kind of vat. He was grown in some kind of vat. Like one of those, like in the Matrix. One of those big kind of like biotechnological sacks. Filled with like fluids. And just like the beaming pictures of like Milton Friedman and Nixon, Brian Mulroney, Orwell. Jesus.
And
Okay.
I didn't agree with 100% of what he wrote. I still don't. However, the fundamental logic of the free market system, to me, is inescapable.
Okay, what is that logic as far as you're concerned? Why is that? Why is it inescapable?
Because
the free market
in
system,
a free
folks.
and open market, you can't get ahead unless you make someone else better off. So I use the old apple-orange analogy. If you have an apple and want an orange, and I have an orange and want an apple, and we trade, we're both better off, even though we still have an apple and orange between us.
This is the exact. This is what
like
the economy
when you go
is
to a coffee
me.
shop, and you buy a coffee. You say thank you to the lady who gave it to you, and then she says, "Not you're welcome," but she says thank you back. Now, why is that? Well, the answer is because each of you has something,
right,
has gained something more valuable than you had before. You have the cup of coffee that's worth more than the $2.50 you paid for it. The coffee shop has the $2.50.
And why do you think the free part of that is important? So that's
this makes a lot of sense, actually. This is a good way of explaining the free market system, I think. It makes, like, you gotta put it in terms that people understand, you know? This is what the economy is to me. You have two oranges, you trade one of your oranges for an apple, and then you're both better off. Makes sense to me. I say thank you to customers so I don't get fired. Brilliant. The global south really got a lot of value out of dealing with the west. That's right. That was just trading, Grom. You know, like the indigenous people of Canada that lived in what we now know as Canada. Indigenous people, they got Europeans showed up and they wanted to trade with them, and both sides ended up. How did the indigenous people do, by the way? In that, I don't have any details in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that they did really well out of that transaction. Or, you know, all the people from Central and South America with the Europeans. Right? Everyone wins. This is the beauty of the free market system. Everyone wins. When you accidentally admit that free market economics has no coherent or objective notion of value. That's an amazing explanation for our economic system. No wonder both of these men, no wonder that they have the status that they have as being the intellectual thought leaders of this movement. Everyone wins, and some people win more than others. That's the beauty of it.
the trade part. Why is the free part important?
Because that's the only way to guarantee both sides believe they're better off, right? Because in the form of taxation, government forcefully imposes a transaction. It is considered to be a transaction. Taxes, right?
You're paying for a whole. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Taxation is theft.
After 9 months in the friendship triangle, I've become so enlightened that I am now living energy that exists in the past, present, and future simultaneously.
Hell yeah, Scoot. We love to hear it. Thank you for the 9 months of Tier 1. And I'm happy that it's having that kind of, it's your delivery date. You've come full term as a member of this community. We love it. And I don't know why they all talk like this. I don't know, Nick. I still think Jordan Peterson's just a regular dumb guy. He's like Jordan Peterson is like, you know, that feeling of imposter syndrome? He's just someone that, like, when he has that feeling, it's accurate. Like, usually, you know, you can be competent at something, you can work hard to get somewhere, and you have this feeling of like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Like, I'm not good at this stuff. He doesn't have that feeling, but he should have it, because if that was the case, then it would be true. Like I was saying, the whole thing with Zizek before, when he did his debate, and he's literally talking about socialism in this debate, and it was clear that, like, he has no actual understanding of what that means, what these concepts are. He had maybe, like, crammed and read one little thing right before this debate, and he thought that was going to be enough. But it was very clear that he had no idea what he's talking about, just as it's going to become more clear in this interview as well. I'm going to start a new biz where I resell the coffee from the coffee shop down the street, set up a little stand outside, and just keep ordering and selling for 50 cents more. And it's a little bit closer. So everyone wins. That's right. Very good. They literally have no idea what they're talking about. No, they don't. Peterson panic reading Wikipedia before speaking with Polyev. I'm sure that's what it is. And in fact, they're going to talk about socialism next. Right now, they're talking about the beauty of the free market system. Then now they're going to get into this segment on left-wing ideas and socialism. That's what I really want to hear what Pierre and Jordan think about this.
Services, but you didn't choose it. So even if you decided that the cost of your tax bill is not worth the benefit of the government services, you have to pay it anyway. Whereas back to the coffee shop, you have to, if you don't believe the coffee is worth more than the money, you won't pay it. And if they don't believe the money is worth more than the coffee, they won't sell it.
That's the exact same thing. And when if you don't think the road is good, you just don't, if you just choose, like, if you want to go on a road, you just pay to go on that road that one time. And if you think the road is not good, you don't pay, and then you can just take another route. Right? We shouldn't just build roads that everyone can go on. Or like with our healthcare system, which I'm sure I'm sure he's going to try and walk this line between talking about how our, because Canadian people in Canada enjoy having a single payer healthcare system, which is obviously runs contrary to this whole ideology. Walking the line between acknowledging that and presenting all the reasons that's bad. It's almost like something that's just like a common good that we all just need to contribute to, whether it's healthcare, education, for example, education, right? You don't just choose to go and pay for schooling or not pay. We all agree that this is part of living in our society together, which benefited Pierre's parents growing up and prevented him from experiencing these terrible economic consequences of the early to mid 80s, which were of course caused by the socialist Trudeau government of the 70s. It is what lack of materialism does to an MFer. It is. Let's just withdraw our support for the police. I would be interested to hear Pierre's thoughts on that. I don't want to pay for that. I don't want to pay for Canadian troops going to like Somalia to defending like oil company interests in Africa or Brazil or any other country. You know? I don't want to have to pay for that. I'm sure he thinks taxes are good for national defense. Yes.
So the only way in a market system to make yourself better off is to make someone else simultaneously better off.
So why did you...
This whole system where everyone's getting better off. God, it's so fucking annoying. The people who resist Marx the most are the ones who need him the most. That's right. That's absolutely right. His voice is really something else, isn't it? It really is. And it just speaks to as well, it's like these conservatives that they can only talk about the economy like this. About like the economy is like when you go to a coffee shop and you pay 50 cents for a coffee and then you enjoy your coffee and then you give a tip and that they say thank you because you're both, or talking about like the budget is like a household budget. They love saying that one as well, right? The house, what we're doing in this country is different because when your house, you have to budget off the things that you want to pay for and you take the money and you save up for it and then and it's like our country's budget is not a household budget though. This is how they obfuscate these things. Our country is not, you can't print money in the basement of your home, can you? For your household budget. It's a little bit different when you have like the power of the state behind you and you be able to have it determine what things to spend money on and what not to spend money on. I can and do print my own money. Hell yeah. Two friends buying the same cup of coffee back and forth from each other to generate infinite value since they each gain with every transaction. Marvelous. It's like that troll science thing. They never mention the guns pointed at the coffee farmers. No, they don't. What do you do with those coffee farmers that try to form collectives and that try to push back against the big cartels that control the coffee bean buying and selling? What happens with those guys? Oh, don't worry about that. The free market sure takes care of those guys, not that, doesn't it?
Now, look, lots of young people today either are not exposed to the ideas that you just put forward, or they don't find them persuasive, say, in contrast to what appears on the surface to be the more compassionate left-wing view that's characterized frequently, and sometimes realistically, by concern for the working class. Like, I worked for the NDP when I was a kid, and at that time in Alberta, Grant Notley ran the NDP, and he was an old union guy in some fundamental sense, and so were most of the people he associated with, and they did have a real concern for the working class. At least some of them did, and I would say that was particularly true of the leadership, not so much the activists. But you were pretty young when you came across Friedman. I didn't have that experience when I was, say, the same age as you.
Imagine being inspired by Milton Friedman.
In contrast to the left-wing ideas, the ideas of socialism,
God, that's so
rooted in this
painful to listen
hypothetical
to.
compassion that seems so attractive to
Let's
kids
hear
today.
about Pierre's view of left-wing ideas.
Because I didn't see the compassion playing itself out in any real way. It's a catchphrase, but what we're actually debating is not who's more compassionate, and there's no evidence that people on the socialist left are especially generous with their own money. Sure, they like to spend other people's money, but what you see is really with socialism is Animal House playing itself out over and over again. In the Animal Farm playing itself over and over again.
That's a definite difference.
Definite difference. Animal Farm, the pigs didn't say they wanted to take the house so that they could be more comfortable and spoiled. They said they were doing it.
The economy is just like trading an apple and an orange with someone. The economy is just like going to a coffee shop. Socialism is bad because I read it in this story for children. In this children's story that I remember that explains why socialism is bad. This story that has literally been written for small children to understand. It's kind of like Animal House in many ways. Yeah. I read it in this anti-communist children's book, you see. How can we defend against the Animal House argument? You can't. You can't defend against it. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. So far, I'm really being compelled that this man has a firm understanding of all these concepts. Of both how the economy works and how socialism doesn't work. This shit makes me so mad too. Even in Animal Farm, animalism is beneficial and working. It's only after the pigs start behaving like farmers or capitalists that it falls apart. Yeah. Which is the false suggestion about socialism that they're just seeking to overturn the system so they can benefit from it rather than the capitalist people are benefiting from it now. But the whole criticism is that they start behaving like the farmers, like the capitalists. He didn't even read the fucking book. He read the Sparks notes. He read the Animal Farm Sparks notes. The 1984 behind him. Because it's there, right? Sorry.
But
it's the 1984 behind him right there, and referencing Animal Farm when he wants to talk about why socialism bad. Once again, this is the intellectual thought leader. Two of the intellectual thought leaders of Canada's conservative movement.
But then when they actually took the house, they became the new masters and served themselves. And that's what actually happens in socialism. It doesn't eliminate hierarchy.
So why did you buy that argument? Was it for us?
We don't want to eliminate hierarchy. We don't want to eliminate hierarchy, Pierre. We want to turn the hierarchy upside down so the people that are on top of the hierarchy are on the bottom now. Don't get it twisted. You make a good point, leftist, but have you considered my collection of fictional books? This guy might need to get into high school talking points when he gets past the 5th grade book and playground talk. And maybe that's where it's really going. The really exciting direction this is going. Okay, we're 12 and a half minutes into this bad boy. Jesus Christ. Tenting my fingers and frowning to make up for the fact that my skull is empty. That's right.
Of encountering Orwell as well, or
I think it's because I witnessed it again and again. As I studied what actually happens in socialist models, it became very clear that the rhetoric about economic equality never actually came to pass. It was used as a tool to mobilize the masses, but ultimately the outcome was to concentrate power more in the hands of the political elite. Look, government is really legalized.
I don't know if that's
force.
true, Pierre.
So if you believe in big government, you believe in expanding force. Relationships of force always favor the powerful. And in reality, those who have more political power then benefit from a bigger government. And
so does Pierre support defunding the police, I guess? He doesn't believe in the big government having the ability to the monopoly on force. He must be supportive of defunding and restricting our police forces around the country. He must. I'm sure he's just getting to that part right now.
Those people are all rich, right? They are disproportionately powerful in the system. And so when this big beast called government gets bigger and more powerful, those who have the ability to steer that beast are the ones who are going to profit from it.
Okay, so Pierre, unfortunately I can't talk to Pierre right now. So when government gets too big, so you got to limit the size of government. So people that are steering it don't have that power. Well, what happens when you limit the size of government? Because then, as Pierre would support, private interests then step in to fill up those gaps, to perform those services for people, which is literally a profit-based system. Are there people profiting from that? If you privatize all these things that the government does, you're still just, it's not that power just disappears. The people that are profiting from it just become completely democratically unaccountable and are only accountable to this mythical free market system. Like the entrepreneurs that he loves so much, exactly. This is what right-wingers call doing your research. This is what I mean. These are the brilliant thought leaders of the intellectual thought leaders of the right-wing movement in Canada right now. Limit the size of government so that more power flows to the rich. That's right.
Those who have the ability to steer that beast are the ones who are going to profit from it.
So what do you think of the success of countries like the Scandinavian countries? Let's say, well, and the relative success of Canada, because
this is socialism. It's once again these right-wingers, when asked to describe what socialism is, they just describe capitalism. Time and time again. The money goes into my friends' pockets instead of the public good, and that's freedom. You haven't considered the invisible hand. No, I have not. I hate how smug and condescending these types of people are about how stupid and naive socialists are when they openly say the dumbest shit like this and think it's genius. God damn, dude.
English socialist type than the communist-derived type, fair socialist influence in Canada, and it's formed some of our fundamental institutions, our healthcare system, our pension system, a fair bit of labor legislation. I mean, when you look at, and then of course the Scandinavian countries, small though they are and homogenous though they are, they're quite radically successful in function. So what do you make of that, and how do you balance that against your emphasis on, well, a more conservative philosophy and your support of the freest markets possible in some sense?
All right, so let's start with the Scandinavians. I mean,
we got some Scandinavians some Scandinavians in the chat too, so we're going to see if Pierre really nails your asses on this. We're going to see what Pierre thinks about these Scandinavian countries.
The Scandinavian countries that the left would not like to talk about, like Norway. 25% of Norway's economy is oil. So that's really tough to grapple with if you're a modern socialist. Moving to the other countries, Sweden welcomes all kinds of free enterprise and choice, including in the provision of public services. And they have, in fact, in the 90s, the Swedes moved quite dramatically to reduce the cost of government and to open up markets and free enterprise. So it's not as simple as to say that these countries are socialistic and therefore successful. And I think it was even one of the Danish leaders came to the United States, and he was speaking at Harvard, and he was saying, all the socialist kids were expecting him to pump his fist in the air and champion socialism. He said, no, actually.
Yeah, how does Norway differ from Canada in how they manage the royalties from that oil? Again, we hear often from our conservative leaders how we need to empower these oil companies because they give precious jobs to people. They're bestowing upon us these precious jobs. They're benevolently sprinkling the jobs around the country. Like an act of charity. Giving jobs to our communities. Well, what's going on with the profits? That's the question, right? That's the question that comes up time and time again. Okay, jobs. Okay, sure. What's going on with the profits from these fossil fuel extraction projects or any of this stuff? Who's getting the profits? They're like, shh. Don't talk about that. Don't talk about the profits. Just think about those beautiful jobs. Think about our wonderful, benevolent oil companies. In this act of goodwill, out of the goodness of their hearts, bestowing these beautiful jobs on the different communities. Let's just focus on that. And let's not talk about where the profits are going from that. Marx didn't consider vape carts. He certainly did not. If you had shown a vape cart to one of the founding fathers of America or Canada, their fucking heads would have just exploded. Their brains would have instantly melted upon one pull from the vape cart. And we're supposed to be listening to these decrepit fucks about how our society should operate now? Our oil industry is 70% foreign owned. This is it.
Actually, we're not a socialist country. And so, there's no question they definitely do have a strong social safety net. And I don't object to that. But
I think you do.
I wouldn't say that they are state-commanded economies like we're seeing Trudeau attempt to adopt here in Canada.
Right. So you see this as variation within the free market world, right?
I do.
There's variation, like there is between the Democrats and the Republicans. In the
So
US.
clearly you don't support strengthening our social safety net, though, to be clear. His yearbook quote objects to it. Exactly right. Yeah. His yearbook quote explicitly says no to the social safety net and that it's bad. Marx drunkenly climbing to the top of a lamppost to chuff the biggest vape cloud known to mankind. The founding fathers would die if they hit the vape carts of today. The vape carts from the 1790s were weak shit. Exactly. These are all just leafy, a bunch of leaves in there floating around. What are these guys even doing?
Fundamentally, it's a free market.
Everything is a question of degree. But there's a lot of academic literature that shows that that countries with smaller governments as a share of GDP tend to have less poverty and better social and economic growth outcomes. And that is true in both the developing world and the developed world. So
academic literature was already said. Where is this? These countries with small government with lower poverty. Where does this exist? I would like to hear one example of this. I would like to hear one example of this country with this small government and low poverty rates. One example would be nice. Without the free markets, we wouldn't have thousands of vape flavors. That's true, and that's one thing that I support. And in fact, after the revolution, I imagine we will be seizing the means of production of vape carts. We made it up. The Vatican. Jesus. What if Pierre Poilievre was a Brian Mulroney campaign button that would made a wish to be a real boy? Well, that's the funny thing, is he spends his whole origin story talking about the economic troubles of the 80s, which he blames on socialism somehow. Ugh.
I do believe that you can provide a solid social safety
The
net at the same time as having growth outcomes. And that is true in both the developing world and the developed.
That's true in the developing world. You know what's been really good for the developing world? The free market system. Ask anyone in the developing world, they love this. They love the Western style free market system. Has worked so well for the developing world. What a great, amazing story of success that's been for the developing world and countries like the United States and Canada and the UK, enforcing these countries at gunpoint to adapt these free market policies has just gone really well. And that's why everyone in the developing world still loves the West and still backs us up when we get into these different foreign policy disputes and stuff. And that's why they're all not immediately turning to China right now for a development path. The free market system has been. Pierre, if he wants to read one book, I know he's read 1984 and Animal Farm and Milton Friedman's book, I guess. He should take a look at a book called The Jakarta Method. And he can come back and explain to us how well the free market system has been a huge success for the developing world.
I do believe that you can provide a solid social safety net at the same time as having a powerful free market economy that generates the wealth to fund that safety net.
Okay, so
but he doesn't believe in funding our safety net.
Were you a popular kid in high school, would you say?
No.
Off and on, there were times when I was interested in hanging out and being part of the club, but there were other times where I just didn't care. Once I got involved in politics, I couldn't care less.
I'm
about,
laughing, actually. I was laughing when no one wanted to hang out with me.
How old were you when that transition took place? You said that 16, was also 16.
Yeah, 16, 17. Like I said, I kind of wasn't able to do any more sports, and so I said, I'm going to go do something else. And once I took that part of my life,
you weren't able to do sports because you were a nerd.
The social life. No, and I had like my early teens. I loved hanging out with my friends and playing sports and stuff. But once I found a new passion, I became more focused on that.
When I found a new passion of Milton Friedman style free market economics.
Did you say University of Calgary?
That's right. Yes. I wanted to do a generalist.
All the popular kids played sports. I studied
kind of
the program,
and so I did international relations, which had some
all the trendies,
a lot of history. Some strategic studies, a little bit of poli-sci, and it was a good overview, a jack of all trades kind of Bachelor of Arts, and it worked well.
And was that in hypothetical service of your political ambitions at that point, or had they catalyzed?
I don't know that my political ambitions were clearly defined at that point. I just knew I was generally interested in politics. And
how did this guy ever have sex and meet his wife? I mean, I don't want to speculate too much on that, Mondo Michel, and I don't want to judge anyone that would be asexual or anything like that. No judgment here. I do not believe this man has ever had sex, though. We don't need to delve too deeply into it. I don't want to get into the details of why I think this. I'm just going to say that, and we could move on from it. But no, I would guess no. We don't need to think about it any further. He got his children on the free market. I don't even care if their politics are good, but actively involved in politics at 16 is a cursed type of kid. It's really true. Yeah. Especially if you're reading Milton Friedman and going to the progressive conservative meetings. That's really grim. The kids in the background came with the frame. That's right. He just knows that people need to see the images like that to make them think like this person is like a human being. This is like a human being that has like normal sort of feelings, emotions.
That international relations would give me an overview of almost all parts of that one confronts in a political environment.
Did you have a conception of a career path at that time? Or, I mean, lots of people don't. They go to take a Bachelor of Arts. They have an interest, and I'm not saying that a career path, specifying one is necessary. I'm just curious as to how you envisioned your future when you were pursuing your degree, and then what happened afterwards.
I'm trying to remember exactly, but I don't think I knew exactly what paths I was going to take. I just knew that I wanted to fight for certain things that I believed in.
Is this the part where he tries to like avoid mentioning the fact Is this the part where he tries to avoid mentioning the fact that he's like a career, lifetime politician, as he tries to like pretend that he's some like everyman that understands what like average people are going through? Is that when he's going to walk that line now? He's always envisioned his future as a god emperor, doing unspeakable violence to everyone because he has no friends. Fucking imagine the arrogance. Imagine the arrogance to envision a future as this some kind of omnipotent god emperor creature doing unspeakable violence to your enemies. Imagine the arrogance of that. Disgusting. He's actually making Peterson sound thoughtful and somewhat intellectual. Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as intellectual, Sam, but like Peterson at least is coming across as like a normal person who's like sort of capable of, sounding like a human being. I would never hope for a god emperor. Not me neither. This is what the worm cult does to an MF. BP is a crypto bro, is high on his own supply. It is interesting too. That could be the thing that really takes him down as well. Probably not, but he's been pushing that crypto shit right at the verge of the collapse of it. So that's kind of interesting as well. Yeah, he's truly making Peterson seem way more normal than usual. Shows how insufferable this dork is. Anyway, I would never dream of envisioning anyone to be a god emperor. Ridiculous.
And that would probably take me into the political theater.
Were you active in campus politics?
Yeah, I was involved with the campus. It was then the campus Progressive Conservatives and Reform Party.
This is the biggest nerd I've ever seen in my life. This person has the least charisma. Pierre Polyev is like the least charismatic person and the biggest fucking nerd. Pierre. Nerd! That's what I think about you, Pierre. That's what I think about you, sir.
And involved in the debate club and stuff like that. We used to have a place called Speaker's Corner. It was like three
He was on the Progressive Conservative College Politics Debate Club.
Would stand on a big stool in the middle and shout out a speech. And the Speaker's Corner would meet every Friday. And there'd be lots of heckling, and it was just a rowdy affair, but mostly about hilarity and joking around and giving silly, ridiculous addresses.
We just got silly with it.
That was the Friday tradition. We'd go and belt out these speeches. To sometimes 70 or 80 students would come and take in these speeches. And I imagine what if we had the phone cameras back then, they'd probably be circulating widely on the internet right now.
I'm sure you said some wild shit, didn't you, Pierre? He knows.
Everything you do when you're young, recorded and never forgotten. So yeah, well, you seem to have a sense.
He
of humor
knows that he's like, well, I've dodged a bullet there. We talked about some pretty dark
House
shit.
Of Commons. And so, what role do you think having a sense of humor plays in what you do?
I think it's important. I try to remember it because politics is a combat sport, but there has to be some joy in it as well.
I'd be terrified to face this man.
And you have to make people feel good.
Sport.
The Rabbi Hillel said, people won't always remember what you do or what you say, but they'll always remember how you made them feel. And so I think it's important to make people feel good when you're giving a political speech.
He said so much racist
There's a
shit.
tendency to get up and spill doom and gloom all over the room. But I think it's important to make people feel good about the moment and also good about the future. And
I feel bad about the future, Pierre.
Is humor.
I feel bad right now, and I feel bad about the future. So you're not doing your job.
And that I should let everyone know who's listening internationally. That's not really a Canadian thing. There have been times when that's occurred, but it's not run of the mill. But you have a lot of people coming to your rallies, and you've been attacked fairly viciously, I would say, by the press for the nature of the despicable people that you're attracting, otherwise known as Canadians. And so
that's right.
What is it that you're doing that's working
Canadians are
to attract
despicable.
people? And is it related to this sense of humor and to an optimism that you're projecting despite some of the dire things that might be characterizing the Canadian state?
I think it's I think people are desperate for hope in Canada right now. These rallies have been really emotional events. Like people come with incredible stories, and I do this thing after every speech. I plant myself in front of my sign, and I just let everyone come up one by one and talk to me. And I don't think the political class in this country appreciates how much suffering there is in Canada right now.
You are the political class, sir.
Well, they did get honked on at a lot, and that's pretty rough.
Yeah, I know, because they've had, I mean, the political class has had a wonderful 2 years. They have an unbelievable amount of power.
It wasn't the political class getting honked on. It was like the average. It was fucking people that had to live in Ottawa that had to deal with this bullshit all day. And this is the rhetorical game that they play too, where they're pointing out there's very real problems in this country, and the people that were doing this honking bullshit were upset about the government making them take medicine. That was the big problem. That was the big problem for our beloved honkers, our wonderful honkers. They didn't want the government to make them take medicine. That was the big issue that was uniting these people. They were the honkies. That's right. Did they ever find out who during the trucker convoy set fire to that apartment building? I mean, the people in the building were pretty adamant that it was folks connected to the convoy. And of course, this has been kind of swept under the rug a little bit. And I'm sure this investigation has been going on for a while and not end up really determining anything. Our beautiful honkers. We love our beautiful honkers.
And a tremendous amount of comfort. All of their homes have gone up by 50% in value, and their stock portfolios up until recently have been inflated. And so they're sort of looking down at the working class and saying, "Oh, what are you complaining about? You've never had it so good?" Well, that's the
police have every available detective on it. I'm sure we have them working in shifts. Leads. Yeah.
The exact opposite has been true for the working folks.
This
if you
is
don't
so
own a
long.
home, you're
22 minutes into this bad boy.
You're like, if you didn't have a home before 2019, likelihood is you'll never own one.
That's right.
Unless and until there's a major reduction in housing prices. And
that's right,
so
sir.
You've got this whole generation of people, of young people.
What's your plan to deal with that?
They'll never be able to afford a home. So they're 32 years old living in their mom's basement. You can imagine the psychological impact that has on someone's personal security. Like, how do you start a family? So people come to my rallies and they're looking for an explanation about why things are the way they are, and looking for some hope about how we might make them better.
Let's hear this.
The situation
I'm very curious to hear about
people,
this.
Because, like, I have one guy, what perfect example. There's a
what
guy
is the
living
explanation?
in the south end of my riding, South Ottawa, and he has the same job that his mother has, and he ironically works at the same desk that she worked at when she was there. Yet, she was able to buy a house in South Ottawa 40 years ago that he could not even dream of affording today. And
that's
so
true.
He's saying, wait a second, how does this make sense? I thought we were supposed to be getting better
and
off.
Pierre has the answers
now,
to this.
40 years, our family is far worse off. And I'm stuck in my parents' basement.
This is 1.25
loading. I can't start a family. I don't know where my life is going. And so they see me actually explaining why this is happening and then offering solutions. And they say to me that I'm actually giving them a sense of hope. That's the number one word I hear from people when they come up to me in the line. They say, we feel like we have hope again.
Okay, well, I'm interested to hear what the actual plan is to deal with this. Yeah, are we raising wages?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob, our boss John Cipher, says you need to turn in your expense report.
Thank you, Red Scary, for the 17 months resub at tier 3. I believe, can we DM about that, though? Let's DM about that. We don't need to get into that in the main Twitch chat. If you could just send me a private message, and we'll carry that on. Carry on that conversation. Folks, we don't need to worry about that. It's not that John Cipher, it's a different guy, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, so Pierre's talking about this very serious housing problem. Yeah, it's true that in the 70s and 80s, ironically, during the socialist terror that he's describing earlier in the interview, when you could buy a home for a reasonable amount of money, you could, get an education and get a career that you could afford to get a mortgage and buy a home. Why isn't that happening anymore? And what are we doing to it? So far, he's talked about the hope that he's giving people, but he hasn't talked about what exactly he's going to do to fix that problem. The socialist terror in the middle of the fucking Cold War and the Red Scare. That's right. All hope, no change. Seriously, are we raising wages? What are we doing? What are we going to do about this? I'm really interested to hear about it.
So that's what's bringing people out.
Okay, so
No,
you're
nothing.
listening to people. One of the things I've learned about good politicians, and I know people think
He's
that's
listening.
Moron,
He
but that's
sees them
not
and hears
an acceptable
them.
amount of cynicism
I didn't
in
hear
my
anything. I
estimation.
literally heard nothing there about what you've described the problem. You've described a very real problem, Pierre. Okay, we're listening now. What is the Pierre Poilievre government going to do to address this issue? This is what I'm curious about.
And I think this was really true of Preston Manning, for example. They're really good at listening. And if they listen, then people tell them what their problems are. And so you just focused on housing and a housing crisis for young people. When you're talking to people, individual to individual, what's tugging at your heartstrings and making you understand the problems? Apart, housing is a big one, obviously. What else do you hear, and what's really concerning you?
How do you feel about housing first, Pierre? I wonder how Pierre Poilievre feels about housing first. You know, we have these like growing homeless communities, encampments popping up in Toronto and Montreal and Vancouver, Victoria, Halifax. Maybe we should put those people in homes. Maybe we should put some of those people in the many, many like open, available homes that no one is living in. Maybe we should do that. For some reason, I don't think that's what Pierre's solution is going to be, though.
People feel like they've lost control of their lives. Whether it's the people who have made a decision not to get vaccinated for their own reasons.
Squad, are Canadians really rallying around this Pierre guy? He's the most boring rock of a personality I've ever seen. Yes. Yes, they are. I'm telling you, this is the man whose boundless charisma, Squatch, is filling auditoriums around the country. They all come to hear his amazing rhetorical skill. Captivating. He's like one of those speakers. He walks into a room, all the eyes go to him, right? Immediately, he's got that it factor. He starts talking, you go into this kind of trance. You start listening, he's very captivating. What a terrible place this is. It really is a condemnation, really, of this whole project. Just throw this whole fucking thing in the trash and let's start from scratch.
Reasons and had the government basically steal their livelihoods, prevent them from
going
getting
into
on
this trance,
airplane,
aka falling
ban them
asleep
from ever leaving
immediately.
the country, or whether it's the single mom who's skipping meals so her kids don't have to, or the guy who can't fill up his tank.
But you don't want to have a social
see
safety
his
net.
Parents for one last time before they die in Thunder Bay.
So no social safety
People feel
net
like they
and
can't
free
make
market.
the normal decisions that a free
They're the main things that
person
you've described
could
so
make
far.
in a free society, and there's devastating personal consequences to it. And then what they hear from the government is they speak out, right? They speak out, they hold a protest, they post something online. Instead of the prime minister saying, you know what, I know you're suffering. I'm sorry. We're going to work harder to make your life better. We hear you. I feel your pain. What he says is, you're a nasty, unacceptable fringe element.
That shit,
And
that
not only are we going
convoy
to
was not
seize your
about
bank
housing.
account and
It was not about housing
bring
at
in
all.
The Emergencies Act. We're also going to double down on the things that have made your life so miserable in the first place. And so people
That
feel
was
like
not about
they're under
housing.
attack from a big
It was not a housing convoy.
bullying government that takes their money and tells them what to do. And what they see in my campaign is an opportunity to take back control of their lives, to remove the gatekeepers
How?
so that we can build affordable housing, to unleash the energy sector so our working class can get good jobs.
This is when he starts getting into the solutions. You can tell. What is this again? It almost sounded like an actual proposal for what to do out of all this.
To remove the gatekeepers so that we can build affordable housing, to unleash the energy sector so our working class can get good jobs again, to stop the money printing and bring inflation back down so folks can afford things again. And that gives them hope that there's actually a better day coming. And that's why we're attracting so many people.
That's it. Building affordable housing, unleashing the energy sector. And what was that third thing? Oh, stop printing money to bring the inflation back down. Those are the three. That's what sounded like actual solutions to this. Unleash the energy sector, boy. There we go. That's exciting. This is why everyone's getting riled up by this guy. Unleash the energy sector, remove the gatekeepers to build affordable housing, which is what every fucking political party in this country is saying, affordable housing, and stop printing money. Stop printing money to pay for, a social safety net. There's too much red tape for the free market to unleash itself. So force an even more massive recession and let the poor die. That's always the unspoken thing with all these conservative guys, no matter how much they try to dress it up with this kind of charisma and just raw attractiveness that this guy exudes.
And that gives them hope that there's actually a better day coming. And that's why we're attracting so many people.
Well, so why do you think it's so interesting listening to you? Because,
it's not interesting at all, actually,
your
sir.
narratives center around the individuals who make up the working class under duress, and isn't necessarily the way in that you might regard as most probable for a conservative. And so why is it? So I think that's
save the country with
interesting
NFTs
in this upside down world of ours. Why is it though? Do you think that people find you capable of delivering hope? And I mean, there's other candidates on the conservative front. We should talk about that soon. But what makes you credible on the hope front? Do you think in terms of what you're offering and who you are?
Because I speak clear.
Okay, big dog whistle coming up. Okay, I saw a clip from this earlier. Big dog whistle coming up. But again, what gives you credibility for people to feel hope about these big crises? That sounds to me like, what are you actually offering people? What are you going to change to fix these very real problems that you've pointed out repeatedly, affecting everyday average people? And he's going to pivot to talking about speaking clearly and listen up for the extreme nerd dog whistle coming up.
Plain language.
This is what gives me credibility when it comes to for people feeling hope when they listen to me.
Because I speak clear, plain language that makes sense to people. So, I'm a believer in using simple Anglo-Saxon words.
Ding, 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 ding. What? What, Pierre? What kind of words? What kind of words do you think you should use? That's kind of interesting.
So, I'm a believer in using simple Anglo-Saxon words.
Okay.
That
Angloid alert.
Strike right at the
Anglo-Saxon words are going to help me buy a home
that I'm trying to convey. And so I say things that people say, yeah, that actually makes sense. So that folks say, well, why is it? Why
he's not talking this jive?
And I explain to them in direct language that when you print more money, you have
urban. He doesn't use these urban words.
Leads to higher prices. Folks say, yeah, that actually
more
makes
of a classical
sense,
Anglo-Saxon kind of a thing. Yeah.
And
I get the message, sir. Yeah, there you go.
Else are a bunch of convoluted, nonsensical, irrational excuses. And so they like my direct, blunt style, not because it's simplistic, but because it's simply true.
He still hasn't said anything about what he wants to do.
It's a rough life, and you take a lot of flack. I mean, obviously, from your bio, and
he said nothing about what he wants to actually do.
You've got the Constitution to some degree of a fighter, which is, I think, would say something I lack. But what is it about you that attracts you to the political in terms of the interpersonal domain? You talked about it intellectually in some sense.
You can count on me.
And you talked a little bit about your
Rob to talk you through all this.
Actually, that's a non sequitur, Rob.
Thank you, Blueberry. Blueberry, thank you for the 17 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much. It's crazy seeing these resubs getting up high in the numbers like that. 17 months, 19 months, pretty wild. Pretty wild. Does Jordan cry in this interview? I haven't watched all the way through yet. I'm going to guess yes. Not yet, though. Probably when they end up talking about the poor upper middle class men how no one listens to them anymore. That's why they're so miserable. Anglo-Saxons, only the Germanic root words. Isn't that going to piss off the Francophones? Probably. I don't know.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Resubbed cuz I just love Jordan Peterson so much.
Thank you very much, Universal Power User, for the 11 months resub at tier 3. And I'm glad you love Professor Peterson so much. That's why people come to this channel. When they get to the ontological underpinnings of Anglo-Saxon bedtime stories, he's sure to shed a tear. That's right.
For people one-on-one, but you like to listen, apparently. And like, why do you care about ordinary people? And why should people believe that you care?
Well, I think that
maybe we can get to some solutions here.
What bothers me most about politics in Canada is that there's a comfortable establishment that sits on top and governs for itself at everyone else's expense. And
yeah, the fucking oil companies, the old growth logging companies, the mining companies. That's who you're talking about. That's the rhetorical trick that people like Pierre like to use, right? He's talking about these people that sit on the top and benefit from it. That's not who he's referring to, of course. He's not referring to the CEOs of the oil companies and the CEOs of the telecoms and the logging and the mining companies. That's not the people he's referring to. He's referring to people in government, public servants, of which he is a part. Like, he is a part of this ruling class of Canada. He's a part of this grift that we have in this country of pretending that we have this kind of like democratically legitimate system of government, when really it's the CEOs of these resource extraction companies that actually own the country and benefit and profit from it. I don't think he's very interested in overthrowing those people, though.
The people who do the nation's work, the plumber, the electrician, the truck driver, the police officer, have almost no share of voice.
The people that create the profit.
To empower those people and disempower the
maybe they should be getting the profits of their labors, Pierre.
That's my mission. It's my purpose.
Once again, it's the baby talk silliness, folks. The baby talk silliness. When you want to talk about the people doing all the work, yes. Not police officers, no. But you want to talk about how the people that do all the work, yes, are not compensated for the work that they do. Absolutely right. But then when you reject Marx, you end up sounding like a whole big dumbass when you start talking about this issue. And you're not able to offer any actual solutions because you work for the bosses. You know, this is the trick about this stuff that these guys use.
And I believe in it. I actually do believe in what I say. I truly believe that the ideas and the political approach that I advance are right. So having that purpose allows me to persevere.
He's also a landlord as well.
The nastiness and the exhaustion.
As are most of our political class, like in all parties.
If you don't believe in it, then it just becomes an egotistical vanity project, of which there are many in politics.
Police officers notoriously have no power.
A pointless life. All you're doing is trying to advance, trying to keep your name in the news and in high office as long as possible, just so that you can say you were there. I think if to have a fulfilling political career, you actually have to have a purpose. And I do. My purpose is very...
Jesus Christ, ML Thoughtism. My barber is a Filipino cat who was raised in San Francisco. He loves Jordan Peterson. I asked him why. He could not give me one real reason, just that he stands up against cancel culture. I don't know how a crying white man from Canada could ever have an impact on a POC from California who was raised in the barrio. It breaks my mind. Jesus Christ. I mean, it speaks, but I think it does speak to the level of, like, the way that any kind of socialism has been suppressed, or any kind of class solidarity has been suppressed in both Canada and the United States. That I think people understandably feel very alienated. They feel understandably alienated by like these sort of liberal ruling class types. So when someone comes around that seems like he's outside of that system, it's like appealing to them because there's no other alternative. There's no other alternative. I love that he was all in and believed he was right about crypto up until a week ago. I hope he gets to that, actually. I don't know. I know working class people who like Trump purely based on that he gave us $2,000. Sometimes it is that simple, isn't it?
Simply, I want to put people back in charge of their own lives. I don't want the state.
Do you want to put the workers back in charge? And should the workers be these workers they are talking about, Pierre? These workers that are like, creating all the value, doing all the work, creating all the profits? Do you want them to get the profits? I don't think you do. I don't think this guy does want to do that. This is the baby talk silliness once again.
To run people's lives anymore. I want them to be masters of their own destiny.
Okay, so let's drill down into that a little bit. So I would ask you two things. One would be, I'll put a little bit of a prodroma in front of it. I watched the federal leadership debate in the last election, and I thought the Conservatives lost before they opened their mouths because they accepted the diagnosis that was brought to the table. There were 5 topics of conversation, if I remember correctly, and 2 of them were basically progressive talking points. One was truth and reconciliation, another was climate change. There was 20 minutes devoted to the economy, And I thought, you guys made a big mistake because you let the
climate is famously not linked to our economy.
Questions. And so I would say, because it maybe the diagnosis in some sense is more important than the cure. At least you know you've got your finger on the problem. And so when you look at Canada,
it's going to be him versus Christia, most likely.
What are our problems?
Unless Trudeau hangs on.
Well, the central underlying illness is a monstrous growth in the power and cost of the state at the expense of the agency and freedom of the people. That is the override. Now, I can then give specific examples of how that outputs. Let's just take monetary policy. So there's no way Justin Trudeau could get away with spending all of the money he has in the last 2 years if he had to use real cash, because people would never accept the many thousands of dollars of tax increases that it would require. So he has basically turned our central bank into an ATM machine for his spending. They've created $400 billion of new money in 2 years, which has given us a 30-year high in inflation and boosted real estate prices by 50%.
And how does that compare to previous expenditures by governments?
Well, it's not even there. It's not off the charts. If you look at the balance sheet of the
this
Bank
really
of Canada
speaks to
during
ordinary working class people. They love this kind of stuff.
There was a minor bump in the assets it held, which is represented, which indicates that how much money it was injecting. Whereas now,
the average folks, the average Canadian folks, they love hockey,
is up something like 350%.
Drinking a cold beer after the game.
All that cash is particularly ballooned asset prices.
Working in the oil sands, and they're hearing about this monetary policy kind of stuff.
Consumer inflation, which is horrible as it is. Then there's asset price inflation, and what that's doing is creating kind of an aristocratic economy where where the bigger the asset you had before the inflation, the richer you've become after it. And it is almost like the housing is attached to a balloon and it's being lifted higher and higher up, and anybody who's not already in the house will never be able to grab it and get inside. And so
these are the gestures
but
as
it
well.
is all the result of this massive expansion of money supply. So we're basically seeing a transfer of wealth from the have-nots to the have-yachts, as I like to say. Those in the
what he's talking about, the have yachts. First of all, the people that have yachts are not people they're not public servants, right? Do you want to raise taxes on the people that own yachts, the most powerful people? That's the question. You can't talk about this like rich man, the wealthy elites. For too long, the wealthy elites have been doing this and that. But what do you want to do about that? Do you want to redistribute their wealth? If you do, you should say that, and we can talk about that. I don't think he does, though. You can't use people that have yachts, the wealthy and powerful in our society, as this as a way to inspire this kind of like righteous anger about people that are getting screwed in the housing market or wherever else. What are you planning on doing about those people? You work for those people. How is shrinking the power of the state, shrinking the size of the state, going to create a more fair economic system? That's going to, how is that going to take power back from the wealthiest people in the society, having a smaller state? You literally want those people to be more powerful. And when you talk about getting out of the way of the little guy, you're talking about removing any separation between them and the fucking vampires in the private market that want to, suck these people dry of their labor, who want to take all the resources, all the natural resources, and turn it into shareholder value.
Managerial class, the CEOs whose stocks have been artificially inflated, and they've been able to give themselves share buybacks with exceptionally low interest rates. They can borrow money and then buy back shares, which increases share value and gives them a bonus. The folks who own mansions and protected in neighborhoods that are protected by zoning laws against anyone else moving in, these people have done exceptionally well over the last 2 years. And yet the people who are doing the nation's work are now having their salaries destroyed by inflation. And then at the local level, you have
But socialism is
bringing
bad, though.
zoning laws that prevent new construction.
The rich are making off like bandits. The people that are doing all the work and creating all the wealth are getting screwed. But yes, socialism is bad. Socialism is bad and something we should be afraid of. Socialism is actually the cause of this, as far as what Pierre is saying, because according to Pierre, we have a socialist government right now. I'm in denial about Chrystia Freeland being the next liberal prime minister and talking about Putin and China all the time. Is this really what lies ahead for us? It's going to break my brain if I actually have to convince 90% of Canadians that this woman is insane and not someone they should throw their oar in with. And it's a pretty grim future. There's no denying that. There's no denying that. Unless there's a brave community that's willing to step up and provide an alternative.
They're invisible gates. They're gated communities, but they're invisible gates. And the invisible gate is government bureaucracy that prevents construction. So we have fewer houses per capita than any country in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. So what I'm proposing in both cases, stop printing money, start building houses. I'm going to tell the big city
houses cost
that
money.
If they don't remove their bureaucratic zoning rules and let builders build, then I'm going to cut back on some of their infrastructure funds. Because I think it's going to need something that drastic to get these gatekeepers out of the way and actually build houses so that our youth have a place to call home. But it's across the economy. Ironically, all of these big government interventions seem to hurt the most disadvantaged. Our immigrants come here as doctors and engineers, but they can't work in those fields because of occupational licensing protectionism, the gatekeepers. So I want to incentivize provinces to speed
that's
up
so
recognition
sick.
of foreign credentials. So
if you start blasting, if you start doing if you start doing a pirate radio station and blasting Kwame Ture speeches all over the FM band of your apartment complex, that's going to be the coolest thing ever. Lodane, you're going to be doing pump up the volume for real though. That's so cool. He's saying this as buildings are collapsing across America. Yeah. The invisible hand will make sure that they follow these regulations though.
Immigrant doctor can actually work as a doctor, and remove the gatekeepers from our energy sector so we can build pipelines and dig for resources and become energy
the pipelines and resources again,
and then remove the gatekeepers in speech and
remove the gatekeepers, build pipelines, continue drilling so we can become energy self-sufficient. Pierre, I know you know this, sir. We don't use the oil that we pump from the oil sands. We're building pipelines so we can move the oil from where it is now into ships waiting on the coast and then bring the oil elsewhere. So these oil CEOs and subsequently their shareholders can make profit from it. Pierre's not talking about the profits and where these profits are going. He wants that system to continue. As much as he talks about the common man, about how people are getting screwed. This is the frustrating thing about these conservatives, is that they use this kind of class language while simultaneously rejecting Marxism. It's unbelievable. Pierre, come on. Who are the gatekeepers, Pierre? Don't they also get to control their lives like you suggested you're going to allow them to do?
You know all about those, where the government is now pushing new censorship laws on the internet. I promise very clearly that I'm going to get rid of all of those laws and restore freedom of expression on the internet. So really what I see is the need to remove
really good after a mass shooting in which someone radicalized by extreme right conservative rhetoric just murdered 10 people.
Let's delve into economic policy a bit. So the OECD recently predicted, this is lovely, that Canada's economy will be the worst performing advanced economy over 2020 to 2030, and then 3 decades after. Now, we haven't been doing very well as a country, not only under the Liberals. We weren't doing that great before under the Conservatives as well, especially compared to the US and many other countries that in some sense are our peers. And so that's a pretty damn gloomy forecast, right? 40 years out, we're going to be the worst performing advanced economy in the world. And so what do you think the Conservatives
He loves freedom of expression as long as his critics don't say anything mean about him.
Fail to stave that off. And what do you think you can do differently? And maybe we can so you're interested in housing, you're interested in deregulation, especially on the housing front. I want to focus in as we progress through this part on energy in particular, because that's a killer topic for everyone in the world.
So to be clear though, after all the talk about housing, What did we actually hear from all that? That was like 20 minutes. They touched on housing a lot. In terms of the actual solutions that were laid out. Seriously, build more affordable housing? Not the state, though. Not the state building more affordable housing. So I guess removing red tape so private interests, if I'm trying to be serious right now, remove the red tape so private interests, look at this Joker face, oh my God, on Jordan here. Remove the red tape so private interests can build more affordable housing for people. That's all. That's this big solution. Emote. I'll take the. I'll capture this just for the possibility. But that's it, right? That's all it was. Remove the red tape so private interests will build up more of a housing supply. Right? Do I have that right? Was there anything else to that? How is that different from what anyone else is saying also? Every time you have an opinion on housing and pipelines, just throw in the Peterson Joker face. Let's get rid of the government gatekeepers that supply clean water. Exactly. We got to cut that red tape. We got to cut that red tape that's preventing the innovators and the job creators from doing what they need to do. It's just frustrating because he tries to use this class language while still not proposing anything to limit the ability, the power, or the ability of the people that make up these upper classes. But he said it in clear Anglo-Saxon language. Yes. Don't the private interest, this is a good point, Tracy. This is a good point. Don't the private interests also have an incentive to limit the building of houses to increase prices? Isn't that the free market? Isn't the free market like determining that? Red tape like tenants' rights, yeah, or asbestos, lead drink. Let's use lead pipes. Let's remove the red tape so the job creators can go back to building fucking cardboard shanties with lead pipes and is filled with asbestos. That's going to solve the problem. Should we just let houseless people live there, though? No, of course not. Showing me this during Public Works Week is literally a crime. I'm sorry. It's just like Tucker Carlson using rich bad just for points. Yeah, while being rich yourself and being part of that class literally yourself. Again, this Pierre's talking about housing. This motherfucker is a landlord. This man is part of the problem. There's currently more Airbnbs in New York than actual available apartments. Very cool. And that's happening all over. Like the Airbnbization of our housing market is happening like all over wherever Airbnb exists. No more red tape. Remove the check valves that keep industrial chemicals out of the water supply. Let the market decide. But then those chemical plants make more profits, which they then use to hire more workers. So then more people have jobs at chemical plants and are able to afford homes. Asbestos homes. Let's just make homes directly out of asbestos. Let's just use that. Suggesting that the small government solution is good for the working class is just silly. Don't know how anyone buys it. I guess we forgot FDR happened. I mean, you get into a tricky territory there. You talk about FDR as well because of all the major problems that were still going on with FDR, putting Japanese people in internment camps, the way black people were excluded from the New Deal, etc. So you don't want to hold up FDR like he's some wonderful person or anything like that. But the reality is, when American society was at its most prosperous, it was after this moment. It was after the New Deal. It was when they had a 90% top marginal tax rate. Like, it's not rocket science. You have a top marginal tax rate, and then you're using those funds that you're raising to build schools and infrastructure and homes and stuff like that. And making sure that people have pensions and making sure people have health care. Right? This is not that difficult to understand. It's not that difficult of a concept. I just meant even basic social democracy light is too radical. Well, you're right. Yeah. You're right. And in fact, Pierre would suggest that Trudeau is like a social democrat. And I think he's going to get to that eventually as well. That's what he would say about Trudeau. Oh, he is like a socialist, basically. We're already doing that. And it's proof. All our problems now are proof that it doesn't work, you see. The good point, Jay Leno's fire truck as well. Social democracy is literally the answer to keep capitalism alive, and they just won't do it. They can't. They can't bring themselves to do it. Eventually, when things get bad enough, they'll do it, and it'll be social democracy for citizens or whatever. When we get to the real nastiness of the next 10, 15 years. When we get social democracy for citizens. Oh boy.
At the moment, I would say. So what did the Conservatives do wrong? What has Canada done wrong? What have the Liberals done wrong apart from, printing money like madmen and instituting these arbitrary rules?
This
what do
is
you think
printing
you can do
money
differently?
bullshit. I don't even there's no accuracy
Well,
to that.
I would respectfully disagree on the Conservative economic track record. If you look at the 08, 09 financial crisis, we came through better than any of the other G7 countries.
Which was because of liberal laws that had been put in place in our banking system. Not to give too much credit to like Paul Martin and the Jean Chrétien, but it was through those liberal economic policies that allowed Canada to not get as hammered in the economic crisis, which the Conservatives removed. Yeah. Again, we don't want to give too much credit to the Liberals and Paul Martin and these guys, but that was exactly why Canada didn't get hammered so much in the financial crisis. I'll never forget the anecdote about how the OG JP Morgan hated FDR so much, his staff cut FDR out of the newspapers because they thought he would get so mad if he saw he would have a stroke and die. That's why they won't do social democracy. It's just hilarious that the answer is just right there. The answer is right there. And he was so popular, too. Of course he was popular. Of course he was popular. It's like the answer is right there. And that's the danger, is that we've become so consumed by neoliberalism that eventually a conservative is going to come to this conclusion. And we're going to get the conservative version of social democracy, which will probably enshrine conservative rule for the next fucking generation, more so than it already is. So popular that they had to make sure no one could ever govern for that long again. Yeah, and then essentially did a slow motion coup after his death. A slow motion coup to year by year take back everything that was lost in the New Deal and give it back to the wealthiest, which took place over a process of decades.
Certainly way better than the Americans. We didn't have a housing crash here. We didn't have a banking crisis. We didn't have to bail out a single bank. We had very modest inflation. I don't think it ever cracked 4%. And I don't
Same
think
with civil rights, you're right.
For more than 1 or 2 quarters.
Only because their actual coup fell
period.
apart. That's right. There was a failed coup, and then it kind of, after the failed coup, there was this decades-long process where they clawed back all the gains of the New Deal, and ramped up their expansionist, fascist foreign policy, and took out the one president that had any mild criticism of that.
Harper was around and unemployment stayed relatively low. You could buy the average house when Harper left office in Canada was $434,000. It's kind of hard to imagine that now. But
there's nothing to do with Harper.
Fast forward to energy, we need to repeal C-69. That's the bill that makes it effectively impossible to build an energy project in Canada today, because it has introduced a whole series of sociological questions that into the process.
We should cut the red tape for these energy companies.
Nobody. Trudeau has said that energy projects cause gender imbalances, and therefore, when someone applies to build one, they have to write a sociological report on what the pipeline or
this is famously a real thing
do, for gender relations. With that introduction,
we've gotten the gender mixed up with all our energy projects. God damn it!
Pop culture sociology. It introduces massive uncertainty for investors because they don't really know how and why a project will be approved or rejected. And they don't have 7 years to sit
Taking
around.
care of the planet
So
is a
they'll take their money and
sociological
invest it in
scam.
other parts of
Yes.
the world. And that's why the projects aren't happening here. We don't mine lithium in Canada, even though we have lots of lithium in this electric car battery era. You know, we're importing lithium from China because they actually get projects built. However, they burn coal to refine their lithium. So ironically, we're just inducing pollution in other countries when we buy electric cars that are made whose lithium is refined in that country. So if we could approve a lithium mine in Canada, we could actually mine the stuff, refine it, manufacture it here. We have the third biggest.
And once again, in this future that Pierre is talking about, where we start mining for lithium in this country, which I'm sure will eventually happen, it will just happen at gunpoint when the United States decides to stop pretending that we have any say in the matter. I'm sure that will happen. What would happen with those big lithium profits, though? Those big lithium profits, would those go back into the communities? Would those go into building schools and infrastructure and healthcare and housing? You know, are we going to pay for housing with our potential lithium profits? Of course not. Those are just going to go to the multinational corporations that own the lithium mines. And then they're going to get some jobs, though. We'll have some beautiful, precious jobs bestowed on us. And the mine waste goes back into the community. That's right. And it's, of course, built with public funds as well. To be totally clear. There's a lot of lithium in the U.S. too, but Americans don't want to live next to an open pit mine, so they can't get approved. Which sounds like the free market to me, but what about those mom and pop mining operations? Yes. America will do to us as we do in Africa and South America. I have no doubt. I have no doubt at all. Once things get bad enough, once the supply of treats starts to run out. Um, 40 minutes into this thing. Folks, I have to take a little break. I have to take a little break first to try and get some more subs. Okay? If you've been watching the show and you enjoy it, and you enjoy being part of the community, I recommend. I'm just trying to call up the image. Is that the command? I don't even know. If you enjoy the show, if you enjoy the community, you can, fortunately for you, help keep it on the air by subscribing to the channel. You can give subs to the channel, get all the emotes.
You can count
There's
on
some
me.
wonderful
You're gonna have
emotes.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Alana. Thank you for the 4 gifted subs. Hell yeah. I appreciate that, Alana. Thank you. You can subscribe to the show, get the emotes, you can gift subs, you can join the community, you can get into the base level of this patented friendship triangle clout distribution system, which is nowhere else on Twitch do you have access to this. Get into the base level, you can move up into the chaos zone, into the elite level with gifting subs, get access to that patented trickle-down clout-based clout system. You know, you just got to cut the red tape. When you subscribe to this channel, it helps cut the red tape so that clout can flow more freely to everybody and be redistributed to everybody. The chatters are doing all the chatting. The chatters are creating the content. We want to unlock that red tape so chatters have more access to clout than they currently have. This is called a stable economic system. When I have to do this, by the way. I'm just gonna take a short break, try and get some more subs, try and chill a little bit. And then I'll go to the bathroom or whatever, get some more water, and then we'll continue the video. But I would like to get maybe hopefully a little bit closer to the goal before we continue. That non-sub area, pretty rough. This is what I'm talking about. I'm wondering if I should keep
You've just become an elite member of the
Oh my
Friendship
goodness.
Triangle.
See, I see Squatch True trying to encourage other people to subscribe, and then no one does it, and then Squatch has to pick up the slack. Squatch, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. You're getting very close to being put back into slub jail. I'll just tell you. Okay? Squatch has done enough, everybody. Squatch has done enough to keep this show on the air. Lurking is fine. Don't you feel like you could be doing more? I debate sometimes whether I should, like, do the sales pitch thing, or if I should just stare into the camera and just, like, hope people subscribe, just to, like, to stop the kind of creepiness of me just looking at them. Double Jeopardy. I'm immune from slub jail until my new lawyer Tongo has informed me. I'm gonna have to talk to my people about this. Okay. So I'm just gonna stare at the camera while this music plays, and hopefully someone's just gonna, like, break me out of it so we can move on.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Subscribe to... I didn't even have to stare at all there. Thank you so much, Don Dark Zoni, for the 6 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Don Dark Zoni. Very, very kind of you. Thank you.
Count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Comrade Social Distancing. Is this Steely Dan MIDI? Yes, it is. Okay. You folks are really...
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Man, I caved at the last moment. I caved at the very last moment. Oh my goodness. Iron, thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very, very kind of you. You're really hanging me out to dry there, folks. You're really hanging me out to dry. And you gotta get other people to come in as backup. To bail you out. I was staring for a long time there. Oh boy. Yeah. I was really staring for a long time there with nothing. Iron came at the very last moment to be a hero.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Hello, dear streamer. Could you toss out a plug for Kino Night tonight?
Yeah, of course, Doc. Thanks for the 200 friend coin. Thanks for the reminder. Once again, so Doc Hollywood every week hosts a movie night in the Discord server. MFR said Iron. It's because of Kira Chats. Iron is a Kira Chats mod, and that's often how she pronounces it. So I'm just going. You can blame her. It was a woman that told me to pronounce it like that. It wasn't like how I normally say it. Doc Hollywood, of course, hosts a movie night each week in the Discord, Kino for Comrades, a leftist film series. Tonight in the Discord at 9 p.m. we have the film Pride. The film from 2014, set in the summer of 1984. Margaret Thatcher is in power. The National Union of Mine Workers is on strike. At the Gay Pride March in London, a group of gay and lesbian activists decides to raise money to support the families of the striking miners. But there's a problem. The union seems embarrassed to receive their support. That's the film streaming this evening, 9 p.m. Eastern. Kino for Comrades, hosted by our own Doc Hollywood. Join the Discord server so you can check that out. And I would probably say it, if I were just seeing that name, I would probably say Iron Forward. That's how I would pronounce it. But because of Kira's influence, I now say Iron. Anyway, thanks again, Iron Forward. Iron. Now I'm self-conscious about it. Thank you for coming through with the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you a lot. I just said thank you a lot. My goodness. My goodness. Because you're such a woman respecter. Well, you got to give women credit when they invent new pronunciations of things. Right? You do. Just take a brief interlude. Okay? Brief interlude. 5 minutes. And I'll come back and we'll watch more of the Jordan Peterson versus Pierre Polyev. The interview of the century is the Frost Nixon of our time. The Frost Nixon of our time. They've really explored all these various problems we're experiencing here in Canada, and have explored a lot of great solutions. Look at, he's doing the soy face here. Look at this. Pierre's doing angry guy in car videos now.
Good day.
because
I'm
of the
en route
inflation.
from Ottawa to Toronto with the staggering news that inflation has hit a 30-year high and food price inflation is up to a staggering 10%. I'm meeting people right across this country who cannot afford to eat. They can't put food on the table. Single moms are skipping meals
He loves
so that
talking
their
about these
kids
single
don't
moms
have
skipping
to.
meals.
They're basically struggling, and
We just need to cut that red tape, stop printing money, and that's going to bring that inflation right down, right, Pierre? No social. We don't have a social safety net to deal with those folks. First and foremost, let's get that out of the way. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back, okay? Just give me a couple minutes. And we'll finish watching the video. Talk to you soon.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
10,000 sandwiches. Thank you very much for the 2 gifted subs. 10,000 sandwiches. Thank you. The truth is, as long as I keep giving Rob money, I get to keep hanging out here with all the nice people, and we love that. That's called the free market, right? We all benefit. We all benefit from this. You benefit from the gifting subs because you're part of the community. I benefit, in other ways as well. The point is that we all benefit, though. We all benefit from this. That's why it's the best economic system. People often ask me, if you stop giving Rob money, won't you be excommunicated from the friendship triangle? My answer always is, I'll never find out. G. Kleppy, I love your attitude. One of the thought leaders of this community, definitely. Man, what a perfect film this is. I really do enjoy as an interlude lately. Just, dropping this track with a scene from any one of my favorite classic sci-fi action movies. It just works. It works so well. Ms. Squatch just said out loud, Momo benefits. That's right. Momo does benefit because I'm able to get her the fancy, expensive cat food that helps her digestive system. TRRS was made by God to train the faithful. This is what I'm saying. I want to see Momo. She's not around right now. Sometimes she comes to hang out down here, but she's not here right now. Okay. It's okay, I'll keep watching until she shows up. You'll see her eventually. And you can, as a subscribing community member, you do have Momo emotes as well. There's the regular Momo emote and the classic Momo Mad. The classic Momo Mad emote. Which is probably a reason in and of itself just to sign up for this, just to subscribe to this channel. Even if you never watch the content. The Momo Mad emote is, I think, worth it. I think that's worth $5 a month. We can get into the other things about the community. Is it a cult? Is it not a cult? We don't need to get into the details of it. We can talk about that at another time. We can litigate that at another time. I think we can all agree, though, that the Momo Mad emote is just one of the best emotes on Twitch, regardless of what you think about this content of this community. Rob, I watched Alien Covenant again, and I think it rules, actually. Did we go through this already? I think we went through it, but 10,000 Sandwiches, I will not be watching it. I refuse to watch it. I will never watch the film Alien Covenant. I must read that as Alien Convent, and I think I want that movie. That's right. That actually sounds pretty cool. I will never watch Star Trek Discovery. I don't think I will either. I haven't watched any of the new... I love Star Trek, and I have not watched any of the new Star Trek, and I don't think I'm interested in it. It's one of the things that's kind of interesting about... there's that piece going around saying, like, oh, Star Trek goes woke now. And obviously everyone points out that Star Trek has always been woke. It's always been about social justice, and it's about a future of humanity that's basically where it's global communism, and the profit motive is not pursued anymore, and we've ended all racism and all this class division and stuff. That's what Star Trek is. That's the beauty of Star Trek, actually, is thinking about a time long, long in the future when humanity actually isn't horrible. That's the beautiful thing about it. But I do think, though, that modern Star Trek, from what I've seen about it, it's not just that it's woke, because, again, Star Trek has always been about these concepts, but I think it's about, not only is it woke, but it's really like reinforcing our own modern liberal viewpoint more than this kind of utopian socialism idea. It's more like it's much more, I think, reinforcing this kind of like very phony Hollywood style of a Hollywood liberal style of like a utopian future, rather than like what it originally started out as. DS9 DS9 is obviously incredible, even though DS9 is the first Trek series that kind of introduced this idea about all these problems still existing in humanity. I think that's what the original series kind of moved past. The idea that we have secret divisions of Starfleet and war and all the terrible shit that happens in our own societies, that's a thing of the past. DS9 is really about all those things like still happening in the 24th century, but it's just so excellent that I think I still love it regardless of that. It kind of dilutes that utopian Roddenberryism of it, but it's just so good that it still works. The latest season of Picard was explicitly fuck ice. I mean, that's worthwhile. Obviously, fuck ice is a good message to have. I'm still, and as much as I love Picard, though, I still haven't been compelled to actually watch this series. Yeah, CBS is making very revolutionary television. That's right. Picard's terrible. I've heard enough bad things that I'm really just not interested in checking it out. Also, the space truckers in Alien Covenant are unbelievably disgustingly stupid, and it's not spoiling when it happens within the start of the movie. They decided to go with thousands of colonists to a closer planet because they're lazy, as well as astronomically stupid, and the entire plot is just shit from then on. That's all I need to hear. I've heard even there's some worthwhile things in this new series and in the animated series, but I just can't get myself to be interested in it. Like, I guess that's the difference too. It's like I was saying fuck ice or abolish ice is a good thing, but it's like, should that be what Star Trek is about? That's another question. Like, I think like the DS9 example is a great example when they talk about how like violent riots were the ultimate culmination of the beginning of this new world kind of showing up, and how these big violent riots in these like destroyed dystopian hellholes, which is like currently on trend to like what is actually happening. And kind of explicitly endorses this idea. You even have Data at one point in TNG. Someone was just pointing at, like Cradbabes, I think it was just pointing out that it's liberal, but you literally have Data in one episode of Star Trek The Next Generation being like, it kind of seems like in order for any change to happen, people have to use violence, and that's the only way that things ever progress. And Picard's like, and just has no answer to it. In that really cool episode about the kind of like space Palestinian guy who's he's like a charismatic terrorist who kidnaps Beverly because they're using the special transporter technology to do their terrorist attacks against like space IDF. And it's making them sick, so they kidnap Beverly to heal them or whatever so they can do more terrorism. And she's trying to lecture him about all these high-minded ideals, and he's just like, shut the fuck up. You come from Earth. You're human. You're telling me about your high-minded ideals of liberty. Give me a break. And it's like, yeah, this man has a point. This man kind of has a point. Great episode.
You should be drawing, not killing people.
I can do both.
This guy's
How
badass.
can you have such a casual attitude toward killing?
I take my killing very seriously, Doctor. You are an idealist.
I live in an ideal culture. There's no need for your kind of violence. We've proven that.
Your origins on Earth are from the American continent, are they not?
North America.
Yes, I've read your history books. This is a war for independence.
He's like,
and I
excuse
am no
me?
different than
You
your
come
own.
from, sorry, you come from America? You're a descendant of the Americans? Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Please continue to lecture me. This is when we show up to these global south countries to lecture them about stuff. To lecture them about their human rights abuses and stuff.
Earth are from the American continent, are they not?
North America.
Yes, I've read your history books. This is a war for independence, and I am no different than your own George Washington.
Washington was
It's
a
a great
military
fit,
general,
Squatch.
not a terrorist.
The difference between generals and terrorists, Doctor, is only the difference between winners and losers. You win, you're called a general. You lose...
You are killing innocent people. Can't you see the immorality of what you're doing? Or have you killed so much you've become blind to it?
How much innocent blood has been spilled for the cause of freedom in the history of your federation, Doctor? How many good and noble societies have bombed civilians in war, have wiped out whole cities? And now that you enjoy the comfort that has come from their battles, their killing, you frown on my immorality?
This man's right.
I'm willing to die for my freedom, Doctor. And in the finest tradition of your own great civilization, I'm willing to kill for it too.
Zero lies detected. Zero lies detected. Where's the series for this? Seriously, I would watch an entire series of this guy. I dare say he got her ass. Can he say that? Seriously, it is a little silly that in the 24th century, you'd think you'd realize like that you shouldn't idolize George Washington. Beverly, that's an L. I'm sorry to say that's an L for Beverly. I'll always be a Beverly Crusher supporter, but that's an L. I'm sorry. For the muted, can you drop the link to this? Yeah, this is a great clip, and it's one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Great clip. Anyway, that's our little interlude. I would actually probably much rather spend the rest of this episode watching clips of Star Trek: The Next Generation, but I've made a commitment to you, the community. I've made a commitment to myself to continue watching this video, this conversation between Jordan Peterson and Pierre Polyev, which has made me super mad so far, halfway into this bad boy. Got super mad already so far watching this, and I'm imagining that we're just going to continue getting mad. The preferred term is webisode. Who are the Cardassians? The weird, interesting thing about the quite radical thing, by the way, about the conflict between the Cardassians and the Bajorans is that they're simultaneously the Nazis and the Jews, and they're Israel and the Palestinians. It's kind of it's a similar to that guy. I guess the whole Bajoran storyline, it takes some of the themes of that episode and kind of turns it into an ongoing storyline in the show. But it's quite critical of Zion. It's the whole conflict between the Bajorans and the Cardassians explicitly links Zionism to fascism. They're not really the Soviets, no. I'm going to go hook up the computer because I'm tired of this voice typing making me look like an absolute grammatical incompetent who doesn't know the difference between there, and there. I think it's funny to me to think that you've been voice typing this entire time, though. I'm just thinking about you in like your room, like alone, saying the words and then having them appear on the screen. The Romulans are the Soviet threat. Yeah, that's definitely a good analogy for them. It's happening just like that, only worse. Okay. Just realized this MF's name is Pierre, and he's bragging about Anglo-Saxon words. Everyone's saying who the Soviets are in Star Trek are wrong so far. Who would you say they are, James? Are the Cardassians the oppressed group? No, the Cardassians are like the fascists. The Borg. Oh, that's interesting. But is it the Soviet Union? Because the Borg is all like, isn't the Borg kind of capitalism? Because it's about taking all these different cultures and all these different people and turning them into one big amorphous blob. I guess it's the kind of thing that's how capitalists describe socialism, but that's also more of a and just destroying all the natural resources on a planet and just absorbing everything, wiping everything out that was there before. They're colonialists. But that's how Americans view the Soviet Union. Yeah. But given that it's Star Trek, maybe there's more to it than that. Anyway, we can't debate for the next hour about Star Trek because I have to continue watching this Jordan Peterson Pierre Poilievre video. Let's put a pin in this talk. We can debate Star Trek and which aliens represent which aliens represent which ethnic or socioeconomic group at another time. The Lethean of the Soviets, a species who can kill with psychic attacks. I don't remember the Lethean. Yeah, everyone's just trying to stop me from watching this video. I have to continue. This is the promise that I've made to everyone about the content of today. So let's continue. We're now going to talk about, we heard a whole bunch about housing and economic policy. And now let's get into climate change, energy infrastructure, and Canadian resourcefulness, I'm guessing. We've heard a lot of talk, a lot of salute, and not so many, pretty light on solutions so far with these other problems. This is ostensibly, this is an interview where Pierre is going to present his vision for how to fix all these problems that everyone's complaining to him about at all these rallies. So far, we haven't heard much in the way of an actual plan of action to get us out of this stuff. Let's continue.
Supply of oil on planet Earth, but we're importing 130,000 barrels of overseas oil every day. The solution to which is so obvious, is that right next door to the St. John port, where we bring in the oil, we have St. John's, Newfoundland, is capable of adding another 400,000 barrels of Canadian production. We could just approve that production, then we could ban foreign oil, overseas oil from Canada altogether. And that would mean that the dollars wouldn't be leaving our country for overseas dictatorships, but would be staying here paying Canadian wages instead. And natural gas, we got 1,300 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. And
okay, that's interesting. See that trick again? So let's just drill for oil here. Let's ban foreign oil.
And natural gas, we got 1,000, but would be staying here altogether. And that would mean that the dollars wouldn't be leaving our country for overseas dictatorships, but would be staying here paying Canadian wages.
The dollars wouldn't be leaving to foreign dictatorships. One, what would they be doing? So the profit's not going to foreign dictatorships. What is it doing? They're staying here paying Canadian wages. Remember? They're going to give us those jobs. That's all it is with these guys. We just got to ensure that these big companies can drill all the natural resources, and then everyone gets jobs. We get beautiful jobs in return. Isn't that tricky? If you ban foreign oil, prices will be driven up. Number one, yes. But isn't that tricky, where he says the profits are going to stay here? That's what he implies. But what are the profits doing? Are the profits building infrastructure? Are the profits building schools? Are the profits building housing? All significant issues which he's talking about, all these constituents, all these people are crying to him every night at these rallies. All these really serious problems. People are living in their parents' basements until their mid-30s. Like, no one can buy a home. So we're going to keep all these oil profits here in Canada. So Canadians get the profits? Actually, no, according to Pierre. That's the tricky part, isn't it? The profits are going to stay here. They're going to go into the bank accounts of the people that run these companies, and then they're going to give jobs to everybody. They're going to give jobs. And just as he was saying before, everyone benefits. They benefit from the billions of dollars of resources. We benefit, or the lucky few people that are able to get to these jobs, they benefit by getting a nice little salary, getting some benefits, getting some economic freedom, getting housing probably. Good for them. Good for them. What about the people that don't work for these oil companies, though? Which is the majority of people. What about those people? Well, turns out there's nothing really in this for them. They just get to live next to a big mine, a big lithium mine. That's what they get. But a couple people get some really good jobs, though. Always remember this when we talk about these energy companies, the oil companies, logging, mining companies, this is the trick they do every single time. We just want to build this pipeline because it creates jobs. Notice they never say where those profits are going. Because even if the profits aren't going to foreign dictatorships, as Pierre is saying, because he's going to ban this foreign oil, it's still going to shareholders of these massive oil conglomerates who can be anywhere. Who pays the costs? Publicly subsidized, privately profitable. This con has been going on for generations. Publicly subsidized, privately profitable. And every now and then, someone like Pierre comes along and tries to pretend that he's adding something to this movement that just wasn't there before. He's really addressing these concerns. He's a populist. He talks to people. He stays after his speeches and talks to the average working class folks who are losing out, not able to get a home. This man's different. This man's bringing something different. It's the exact same fucking shit. It's the exact same approach. It's the exact same incorrect view of the way the economy is supposed to work. The exact same ahistorical understanding of history. And the exact same solution. We're going to publicly socialize the risk, privatize the profit. The Borg are Swedish. Okay. The jobs. But always remember that, though. Jobs versus profits. That's the con. That's the con of all these companies. You know what I mean? Like, if they were able to actually, like they sometimes try to do, they put out this propaganda commercial and stuff about the pipelines, like the Coastal GasLink pipeline. Like the CGL will put out propaganda saying, like, we're bringing and they'll interview like indigenous oil workers saying, like, I'm making a great living, like I'm able to do well. And that's the fucking con. They're like, let us build our oil pipelines because look at this guy's happy. Look at this guy. He's doing great. And that's always the trick. Yeah, that guy is doing great. And probably a few other 100 people are doing great. Where are these oil profits going? Where are you're building this pipeline? Who's profiting from that? Where are the profits going? The profits aren't going into these indigenous communities. That would be one thing. If it was actually there's some kind of tangible benefit. That's not what is happening. That's never what is happening. Anyway, let's continue.
Instead. And natural gas, we got 1,300 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. And you know what you do? You get natural gas onto a ship. You have to freeze it down to a liquid. Well, what do we have?
Look at this guy's face. What do you think of what Ellis Ross has to say about Indigenous participation in pipeline construction and resource extraction activities? I would have to see an example of what you're talking about, Adamat. I think one thing is on this subject that I've come to believe from talking to indigenous people and activists in the work that I do. One thing that I never really understood growing up is this whole idea of like band councils and First Nations as well. And that's a lot of what happens with these resource projects, right? Is like, well, the band councils have agreed to it or whatever. And it's different than this hereditary system. And this is this language is kind of used to delegitimize the previous system, this hereditary based system of indigenous land ownership. And they say, well, the band councils all support these projects. But the whole concept of these band councils and First Nations is a product of the Indian Act. It's a product of colonialism. And there's certainly people that work. This is something that has been explained to me over the course of the last couple of years that I've been talking about these things. While there's plenty of people that work in these band councils that are great people and have great intentions and are, doing things to help their communities, ultimately, the whole First Nations system is part of our colonialist government, and it's kind of put in place to ensure that these projects can continue, and they can kind of have this notion of indigenous consent to it, but really it's all like that whole system has been put in place to allow these projects to continue. That's become my understanding anyways.
In Canada, cold weather, as you know, and so it takes a hell of a lot less energy to liquefy natural gas in Canada.
Jesus, finally an advantage for cold weather.
Finally an advantage, and we have also geographic advantage. We're the closest point in North America to Asia is BC. The closest point in North America to Europe is Newfoundland. So we have a shorter shipping distance, less energy needed to liquefy gas, and yet we haven't succeeded in building a single major liquefaction facility in Canada, despite the fact that in 2015, there were about 18 proposed projects. So you could approve those projects. We could be bringing hundreds of billions of dollars of opportunity to our people, particularly our First Nations people. But it takes getting those regulatory gatekeepers out of the way to let it happen.
So
what makes you think you could take on the woke crowd in relationship to such things? So we could say, well, what about the planet? What about the climate crisis? You're going to turn back to fossil fuels. You're going to demolish the globe in the next 30 years. We should be moving towards net zero.
The woke left wants the planet to not burn and for all of us to die. How are you going to deal with these freaks?
You're going to doom the poor to catastrophe while you're pretending to elevate them economically. It's like, and you're going to be like cut into ribbons by that crowd. And so
they're probably going to be talking to me on iPhones.
Climate change and the Paris Accords and all that. You want to promote Canadian energy. There's a foreign policy reason for doing that. You made a case for liquefaction. Like, exactly what should Canada's position be in relationship to climate change and then the development of our energy infrastructure?
Well, our resources are not the problem. They're the solution.
We just need to become more energy independent. That's the solution. Great. Always getting into this stuff too is when you realize that Peterson himself is, as much as he dresses up his rhetoric in this kind of bullshit pseudo-scientific, pseudo-academic jargon, usually when he gets into like free market, low tax rates, climate change bad, climate change activism bad, that's when you realize that he's getting funding from some typical conservative, weirdo. Some conservative oligarch, Peter Thiel or whoever, who's paying him to do it. Because it's boilerplate. It's same with Pierre Poilievre. That's the similarity between these two guys, I think, is that on both hands, even though I think Peterson does seem more charismatic than Poilievre, who is a charisma vacuum, I think both of these guys have come to represent some kind of new approach to conservative politics. When you actually dig down into what either of these guys talk about, all it is the same old, boring, free market privatization project that every other fucking conservative has supported for decades and decades. And they might dress it up with whatever rhetoric, or you might start to talk about these economic populist issues despite not addressing them in any way. Ultimately, it's the same thing, though. It's the same thing we've been seeing for generations.
For example, we export our natural gas. We can displace foreign coal-burning electricity. The energy-hungry Asian markets are desperate for non-coal sources of electricity, but they need things like natural gas to replace it coal with. And we have that gas. We also have the biggest supply of civilian-grade uranium in the world, right in Saskatchewan, that could be used to export to regenerate emissions-free.
Yeah, immediate answer is drill more.
We have
Sell more
overabundance
oil.
of hydroelectricity in Manitoba and Quebec that we could be exporting to the northern United States to displace their coal-fired electricity.
And isn't he? Yeah, he's talking about keeping the energy here, but also selling it and making money from selling it. Like, talk so much how we got to keep the oil flowing. We're literally at the finish line. This is it. This year is when we have to stop all fossil fuel production. How can they say this shit? Shouldn't they just be put in jail or worse for doing this willingly? Well, one day we're going to get to a point where that's a possibility, where people that have contributed to this crisis are going to face some kind of consequences for it. You know, it's a massive crime ultimately. Not yet though. We're not quite there yet. But yeah, the first thing when you talk about the climate crisis, drill more. We're going to drill more. Continue drilling. The energy hungry markets are going to love our natural gas.
We could be using small modular nuclear reactors to decarbonize the electrical grid for the oil sands. And we have the ability to do that right here in Canada.
For the oil sands that you want to drastically increase production
techniques in our home province of Alberta are second to none. There are some, Whitecap Resources, a mid-sized company there, says that it's actually now a carbon negative company. In other words, they bury more carbon in the ground than they put into the air.
Yes, I'm sure.
And so we have the technology and the resources to do it. But what we're doing is punishing our own resource sector to the advantage of heavily polluting foreign dictatorships.
Was this we're going to get into blaming China? Is this the next part?
With no environmental standards and who use the money to great mal. And so we would be better off to displace their energy with ours and use that as a method of fighting for the environment while enhancing the well-being of our working class at the same time.
Well, so
that,
if this
that was
optimistic
meaningless.
view is true, which is a view that basically says, in some sense, we can have our cake and share it with others and eat it too, right? Because we can make progress on the economic front and on the climate front at the same time. And I would like to point out that America's turn to natural gas has knocked their carbon dioxide output substantially down over the last 15 years, which is not a statistic you hear from the typical environmentalist types. Okay, so if the world can turn to Canadian energy, and as a consequence, the net impact on the carbon economy would be positive, in meaning reducing carbon dioxide output, and we could get wealthier in doing so, then why in the world aren't the Liberals already doing this? If the pathway forward is so clear, and they're concerned about the environment in some genuine sense, and also, let's say, secondarily about economic matters, is there something wrong with your reasoning that they know that's made this impossible? Or how do you understand the fact that this isn't already happening?
It is hard to understand. I think that it goes in line. Their environmental policies seem more designed to give the state more control of the economy than they are designed to deliver an environmental outcome. By attacking the energy sector, it gives them the ability to create more.
Trudeau's always attacking the energy sector.
They believe in.
They've been famously very
to
not
redistribute wealth between industries,
not very kind to those
political
folks.
Friends, in a very parasitical manner. But we have a total nut as our environment minister right now, Stéphane Guilbeault. He is bonkers, and he's against nuclear. It's not just oil and gas. He would get rid of nuclear as well. So I don't know what would be left. Like, you can't.
Well, all you have to do to get electricity is put a plug in the wall.
Yeah, that's right.
Out it comes. Plentiful.
I don't know why I'm overcomplicating it here.
I don't know either. And yeah. So it is quite a mystery to me, all of this. The fact that because I do believe, at least to some degree,
we just got to burn more fossil fuels in order to protect the environment. I don't know what's so complicated about this.
I certainly think the Americans have managed that as they've turned to fracking and have become a net exporter of fossil fuel. I can't see that that's done the damn world one bit of harm. And well, in this situation with Russia is one of the things.
The fracking. Don't talk to the people that live near these fracking projects though, where they're causing earthquakes and creating like fucking drinking water that can be lit on fire. It could lit flames coming out of taps and stuff like that. It's not done one bit of harm, all this fracking. So that's the big solution, right? It's going to frack more natural gas. What's the big deal? He's a fracking dude, and this is where you know that he's getting paid by one of these big conservative billionaires. If it's not Peter Thiel, it's someone else. It's the Koch brothers or whoever else, right? When that's your solution to his more fracking is your solution to the climate crisis. That's you're just on the take for somebody that is going to profit from the fracking industry. Like, That's the solution. That's the solution to the climate crisis, which they didn't even address. They addressed ways to like benefit more our economy from our natural resources, and didn't address in any way actually like first of all, the significance of the threat that is happening right now. They kind of just glossed over that and framed it as this like woke activist thing. And then we just need to ban foreign oil so only domestic companies are the ones profiting from the oil that's here, and in fact drastically expanding these extraction projects in Alberta and elsewhere, and more fracking for natural gas, which we can then sell to other countries. What's the big problem? That's his solution to the climate crisis. That's his solution. Booze is flammable, Rob. Should honest, hard-working folks be denied the opportunity for a tipple to satisfy your rabid wokeism? I really enjoy your use of the word tipple there, too. That was nice. Peterson turns to folksy common sense at will, just tautological acceptance of any old thing, because gosh darn it, why not? It's good. Yeah. I wonder if we're close to the point of JP tears. It almost seems like he was almost there, just talking about like energy. Canada's energy output. He looked like he was close.
Things that shows just how foolish we are, and depending on, well, countries other than, say, standard, reliable, forward-moving, stable democracies like Canada. So it'd be lovely if that could all occur. So, okay, so let's turn away from economic policy just for a moment. Why do you think the press in Canada dislikes you to such a degree? And are there exceptions to that rule?
Well, there are exceptions. I find the independent media gives me a fair shake.
The independent, the rebel media and all that bullshit. Our whole media industry in this country is run by psychotic Post media owns the media in this country. The whole media establishment is run by psychotic conservatives. The Sun, you don't think the Sun loves Pierre Poilievre. And I do wonder what he thinks forward moving means. He was just, all those words were to get around just saying white. Not TRRS. And yeah, exactly. You should take a look at this independent media. Literally every mainstream newspaper in this country is conservative, except for like 2, and even them are. Even like the Star in Toronto is going more right wing now. It's changed ownership lately. But yes, the media in this country just hates this guy.
And have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
6 months brain rot. Let's forking go.
Hell yeah, leftward ho. Thank you for the 6 months of tier 1. We love it. It's not brain rot, it's brain growth. That's what you get from this community. Anyway, let's hear about this independent media that loves Pierre.
But, and there are some columnists, even in the mainstream publications, that are fair and reasonable. But the political media in the parliamentary press gallery are part of the establishment. And that finds me threatening, because I'm upsetting the apple cart. They are part of the ecosystem.
And look at this. This is the man that's pretending that he's not part of the establishment. The fucking gall of this. The fact that anyone believes this is like incredible to me. This guy is going to look at us in the eye and tell us that he's not part of the political establishment in Canada. He's been in politics since he's 16 years old, going to progressive conservative debate club at university. This man is in the political establishment and has spent his whole life in the political establishment. I hate that people fall for this stuff. It's so stupid. This is the everyman that's upsetting the apple cart. I'm really upsetting the apple cart. Yeah, you're upsetting the apple cart by saying we should have more fracking and natural gas and cut red tape so developers can build more McMansions out of asbestos. Great. Sounds really great. Really subversive. We should frack more apples so we can have more oranges, and everyone benefits. Everyone benefits from this.
Big government. When it comes to the CBC, they are big government.
He's upsetting the apple cart by saying, I want small government, less regulation and red tape, and more fracking of natural gas and oil drilling. It's a really bold vision.
Their entire budget comes from government.
Where I've never heard of any of this stuff before. This is crazy that you believe in this.
We might
Can
want
he
to tell
say
our
this?
international listeners and viewers just how
Can he
big a
say
subsidy the CBC gets every year and what the CBC is. And then we can talk about media subsidies in general and the collusion
CBC,
between the federal
famously very
government
left-wing
and the
CBC.
Canadian media establishment. So maybe we start with the CBC. It's $1.2 billion a year. Is that right?
In that range, yeah. It's $1.2 billion
to produce a negligible audience?
A very, very small audience, and produce almost no original content that you couldn't find somewhere else. But what this does is creates a massive state-funded ecosystem. And even the journalists who don't work for CBC, they get these contracts to comment on CBC. So they go on these panels and they get paid, I'm told, $300, $400, $500 a pop to go and offer their opinion. And this,
why am I not getting
the
invites to these panels?
The acceptable
1.2 billion. Why is I have one of the biggest platforms of any journalist in this goddamn country. That's not an exaggeration. Where's my invite to the CBC? If CBC was so left wing, you'd think that they would include me on some of these panels. You don't think I would bring eyeballs to the CBC? Oh, I'd bring eyeballs. If they were so left wing, maybe they would take advantage of this platform. And I do want to abolish the CBC as well. No, what I want to do is take over the CBC to make it good. And then abolish all the other media. The conservative media. That's what I would... Like, the thing that they pretend is happening is what I would actually do. If it was up to me. The thing all these conservatives love to pretend is going on, that there's these radical socialists in charge of the CBC and everyone else is being censored, that thing that is not happening, I would actually do that. That's part of my political vision. Yes, you would be censored, you would be silenced, you would be canceled, yes. That's right. Unfortunately, that is not happening. Now, this is my problem. These guys complain incessantly about this, but it's not actually happening. Okay? In my future world, they could complain about it because it would be happening. And I'd be saying, yes, you're right to complain because I am censoring you. And then their complaints would also be censored. I would just give them a little closed loop Facebook that they could all go on. And I would say, you want your precious free speech? Here it is. You go on your special government Facebook. You can talk all you want, talk about how you hate, how mad you are all the time. And just that, it would only be them in there. And they could just have their little complaints or whatever. And then I would be taking note of all their identities. I've said too much, though. But I've said too much about my political vision. My point is that CBC should be hiring me to go on panels. That's my point.
State generated opinion. And then they, so it basically creates...
And he is right that it is, the CBC just does exist to reinforce the bullshit, like endless liberal conservative hegemony. Like, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. And it treats anything outside of that as a total threat. Absolutely correct. But of course, like that's actually benefited the Conservative Party immensely. If the CBC had any journalistic integrity, they would go out every day and talk about how, say all the things that I've been saying about the Conservative Party and the conservative movement. And they would be pointing out all these regressive views and talk about the ways that these are the exact attitude that have led to all these problems in the first place. Do they do that? No, they don't. They do not do that. This has benefited the conservative movement. So once again, these guys are pointing to very real problems, whether it's housing, the environment, the media, energy, climate. These are all very real problems, but have no actual solutions and have only benefited from this current system and are only interested in reinforcing the current system.
A monolithic ideology and political narrative that comes from the center of the government and is designed to uphold the Trudeau government, to keep them in power for as long as possible. And so, yeah, I'm running against that. And is that going to be hard? Absolutely. They're going to do everything they can to tear me apart. I have no doubt about that.
Would you defund the CBC?
Yes.
And you've made that claim. You absolutely would do that.
Yes.
Even though, okay, so let me push back against that for a bit, okay? Because this is an important question to me, because I'm not very fond of the CBC, especially as it's managed itself over the last decade, let's say. I used to watch it a lot when I was a kid. I used to listen to CBC radio a lot too. And I thought it was a reasonably credible and reliable purveyor of information. But I think those days are long gone. In any case, many conservative politicians in Canada have made gestures in that direction, you know. And then the people who are going to come after you are going to say, well, you know, you're not a fan of Canadian culture, and because of the overwhelming influence of the United States and foreign media, we need to subsidize Canadian journalistic and entertainment activities, because otherwise we'll have nothing
We should
at all.
just be subsidizing
And
conservative
generally
media.
what happens is the CBC continues to
Right, Pierre?
survive regardless of government. So what makes you think you'd do it? And how do you think you could survive? And this is back to that question before, right? How do you think you can push back against the woke types who are so good at savaging reputation and interfering with the kind of, well, policies that you're trying to put forward?
I would argue that you savage your own reputation when you go online and are like just being like going viral for just saying that the swimsuit model in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue doesn't make you horny. That kind of thing. Yeah. Weird guys.
So on the CBC, there was a time when you could make an argument for a market failure. You could say, look, here we are. American culture is so massive and noisy. Competing it with it is like trying to have an argument with a marching band, right? It's just so loud and it'll just drown out everything in Canada. But that was only the case because the massive cost of production and distribution made it very hard for Canadian talent to even get on the airwaves without some assistance. But now the cost of production and distribution of culture, information, and content is negligible. I mean, any teenager with $700 or $800 can use his or her phone to start producing content, put it online if people want to see it.
Or any disgraced university professor.
That's right.
Or any failed 38 years old, or any 38-year-old failed musician.
If you were a Canadian artist in 1980,
this is what we have in common.
The capital to compete with Hollywood. Now you actually don't need a lot of capital, and so with the free and open internet, anyone can break through as long as they have a willing audience. So the reason that CBC's content requires subsidy is not because of some market failure. It's because it's not appealing to Canadians.
Oh, that's just because Canadians aren't smart enough to appreciate it, you know.
Well, that's the narrative, right? And that's the irony about the Canadian media today. They think their job is to hold the people accountable to the government rather than the government accountable to the people.
So what about other
I'm the only one that's here
subsidies?
talking about overthrowing the government. Not you, Pierre. You want to be part of the government. Is he about to push crypto on us? That's where he's getting to. There is a section on sacrificing the economic interests of the working class. I wonder if he's going to get to the pitch. There's no way I'm going to be able to watch this whole video, by the way. I got to go in 20 minutes. The only Canadian I trust is Rob. Thank you, Daka dude.
Not because during COVID in particular, but over the last few years, obviously print journalists have taken a beating from the internet because, well, for the same reasons you just outlined. I mean, what do you think? Is there a role for the subsidy of the press in Canada? And if there is a role, what is it? And if not, what would you do?
Well, I haven't. The Trudeau policies are definitely designed to basically make the entire media apparatus dependent on the goodwill and the goodwill of the state. They have a government bureaucracy that determines what is considered to be a qualified journalistic company. And that's
another one of these tricks, though, too, is fixating on the CBC and then ignoring the vast majority of our media in this country. That it does get these audiences that he's talking about that is fundamentally reactionary. That's the vast majority of media in this country. Like, they keep talking about CBC's small audience. Well, where's the rest of the audience? They're getting information from these conservative media companies such as Post Media. And the government is subsidizing Post Media as well, even though it's a multi-billion-dollar company. Why isn't anyone subsidizing me? I have to rely on the generous viewers of this show to subsidize me.
Based on their own political views, who then qualifies and therefore gets the subsidy. I think this is designed to, again, create more dependency on the government and curry more favor with the state. I haven't made an announcement on exactly how I'm going to fix that problem yet, but I guess I would say stay tuned on that. I want to depoliticize that and basically restore the freedom of the press in this country again by getting the state out of it.
So you're at least philosophically opposed to the idea of, let's call it government press collusion, and might take. See, the part of the problem is, I think that once you obtain power, let's say, the temptation to have the media under your thumb in some sense as a consequence of such subsidies, you can see how that would tempt people, right?
I think agree Twitch should be publicly owned. Absolutely.
Of the sorts of temptations that do beset someone as they acquire a position of authority and power. And this is why I wanted to push hard on the CBC issue, because it's a signal issue. It would be quite a dramatic move to defund the CBC, because it has been a standard bearer in some sense of a whole vision of Canadian culture. And so that would send a powerful message.
Like if they do have such an incredibly loyal audience, then they could support themselves through their audience, like other institutions do. I mean, there are countless other journalistic organizations
to mark up
that
the size of the account,
subscriptions, sponsorship, advertising, and other means. And I think that's what we need to do with CBC if they genuinely have.
I didn't even read your comment. I dare you to shave your mustache or do a dance move. I didn't even read your comment, and I did the dance move because your 100 friend coin triggered a dancing animation. So there you go. The mustache stays. But thank you for the 100 friend coin. I won a sug balls.
Have an audience, then they can go get support from their audience. I know there's lots of publications to which I subscribe. I don't ask the taxpayer to pay for my subscriptions. I pay for it out of my pocket, and I watch either that or I suffer the advertising. But I don't expect that other people are going to pay for me to consume the media that I like. So why should other Canadians be forced to pay for this far left liberal propaganda that makes up most of CBC's coverage?
All right. Well, it'll be interesting to see what all comes of that. That should make even some more friends on the journalistic front. So,
but at the end of the day, they're not going to be fair anyway. That's the thing. People say, "Well, you're picking a fight with CBC. They're going to come after you in the next election." Well, they went after Harper. They went after Scheer. They went after O'Toole. What we found is that
unfortunately, you have a whole media establishment in this country
they're just as vicious.
Helps those guys do whatever they want.
They campaiged full time to get Justin Trudeau
elected. We don't need to clip and chip it. I don't think
had run a 10-year government without defunding them. So yeah, they're going to come at me guns blazing. I know that, but they would
this
do
is
that
actually
even if
smart.
I weren't taking the principled stand on defunding them.
Unelectable
right. So that's a good point. You got nothing to lose on.
It's that kind of conservative populist
that's probably
thing now.
Depriving people of their support.
You don't need to clip and chip it.
You can't take anything away when there's nothing there to begin with.
Nothing left to lose.
Okay, so if you don't mind, let's turn to Trudeau and to Singh. These are your two, the two people who you'll be facing off against in some real sense, and you do face off against quite regularly in the House. What do you think of Mr. Trudeau?
So I think he's an egomaniac.
That's true.
I think everything he does comes back to his egomania. Even his political ideology. If you really think about this expansionistic role of the state, it never comes back to.
Here's what I want to hear. The Trudeau is a socialist argument. Of course, he is an egomaniac. That is true. I want to hear about the far left Trudeau socialist government, though. Lay it on me, Pierre.
Serving an individual objective other than to make him more powerful or his legacy more grand. So let me give you a few examples. So he slashed the amount you can put into a tax-free savings account, but then he simultaneously increased the amount you were forced to pay into the state savings plan. He killed multiple pipelines. Then he invested state money in a pipeline. He attacked parents' ability to take care of their own children.
Does he support pipelines or doesn't he? It kind of seems like, from what you just said, that he supports them. He bought one of these oil pipelines and for his buddies in the oil industry. It kind of seems like what you're saying, that he does support them, just like you.
By removing tax fairness for families with a stay-at-home parent, and then he brings in a government program to replace it. So what you're seeing there is, you say, well, this sounds like these are utterly inconsistent positions. And the answer, no, they're not. They're all very consistent. In all cases, what he does is takes away the ability of business or individuals or families to do things for themselves, and it requires they do things through him and through the state. And his ideology is always
I'll tell you who
about
else did that.
creating
Joseph
a
Stalin.
pretext in order to justify the state garnering more control over every aspect of your life, how you raise your kids, how your business functions, what you see and say on the internet. He believes the state has to be everywhere always, but that's because, as King Louis would say, "L'État c'est moi." The state is him.
Well, you know, that's
Yeah, this guy really hates the state. This is the old idea. This is expansionist. He wants the state to do everything. Where is the state building housing? Where is the state? Because when we bought that oil pipeline, it's not like that didn't mean we nationalized the oil company. We didn't nationalize the company. We just spent public funds on this oil pipeline. You know, where's the state? Where's the state in our telecom industry? Where's the state in our housing industry? Where's the state in our energy industry? Nowhere to be found. Where's the state in putting kids in daycare? Where's the state in getting free education to people? Nowhere to be found. All these problems in housing, climate, telecoms, inflation, everything has gotten worse. Trudeau hasn't used the powers of the state to actually provide an alternative for any of these issues. But apparently he just wants the state to do everything. Well, what is it doing? It's not doing shit.
okay. So I got a couple of things to throw at that. The first is, I think it's a very dangerous thing to attack
Anarchist
man rather
Pierre.
than the ideas. But you're making, as a rule of thumb, but you're making a case that in this case, that can't be done because there is a personality trait that is uniting diverse policy decisions that isn't ideational or ideological even. It is in fact personal. And so my sense of Trudeau, initially, I was very upset with his decision to run for prime minister because I thought, well, you don't know anything. And you're attractive and you can behave well in public and you have a charming facade, but you don't know anything in any real sense. And there's no indication that you do. You're not particularly well educated and you're not particularly accomplished. And this is actually a hard job. But worse than that, the only reason you even have the vaguest possibility of succeeding is because you have the same last name as your father. And
Very handsome.
And then he ran. And I thought, well, how do you justify that to yourself? Because the gap of knowledge must have been painfully evident to him.
And just the thing that trips these guys up as well, and the ridiculous thing about Trudeau's prime minister, him becoming prime minister in the first place, is that he literally ran to, and again, it's not fucking rocket science. He ran to the left of everybody. He was more to the left, and people in the NDP will tell you this. This is how depressing it is that he ran to the left of the NDP. The reason he became popular is because he ran to the left of the NDP. And he made the NDP look like the boring centrists and the Liberal Party look like the exciting progressive party, and proposed all these progressive solutions to things that he didn't end up following through on. Or explicitly promising electoral reform. All these things. That's why he won, because he ran on progressive platform, which he has not delivered on in any way. Mulcair was going on about the fucking budget. Yeah. And ran on decriminalizing weed as well, legalizing it. Which I gotta say, regardless of every terrible thing that's happened with Trudeau, that has been one benefit, I guess, to the fact that he's been in place. That's the one thing he followed through on. Which is, again, it's just a basic smart thing that other political parties should do, because lo and behold, decriminalizing these harmless substances that people enjoy is actually a popular policy decision. That's the whole reason that Trudeau was popular. It wasn't just because of his name. It was because he ran on a progressive platform, which he has not delivered on.
And the fact that the Trudeau name, you could say, well, the Liberal Party came to me. That's his justification. They came to me, and there wasn't another person that could win on the Liberal side, and better a Trudeau Liberal, even if it's a consequence of family name, than any damn Conservative, let's say. But I still saw it as a manifestation of a really profound narcissism. I think a reasonable person would have said, I'm not prepared for this, certainly not yet. And I'm not the man that there needs to be in this position. And so I don't know what you think about those musings, but that's how I looked at Trudeau. And I certainly haven't seen any.
Peterson certainly doesn't have any elements of narcissism. No narcissistic tendency for this man whatsoever, by the way.
Anything in the preceding years that has disabused me of any of those notions.
I mean, I think there's some truth in that. His victory was definitely not a meritocratic one. He was probably the least vetted prime ministerial candidate in our history. The media just glossed over so much of his life to go straight to help him and protect him. It was almost like they built a protective cocoon around him, and like he had dressed up in grotesque racist costumes so many times. He says by his own claim, he can't remember them all. I mean, the average politician had done that once. It would have been exposed, and that person would have been expelled from politics altogether.
Pierre's done some
he'd run as a middle-class champion, even while he sheltered the millions he inherited from his grandfather in a tax-preferred trust fund. All these things would have been front and center in the public sphere had it been anyone other than a Trudeau. But he was protected by the media, who still protect him because he really is their candidate. He represents the political class
not being ready,
the establishment in Canada, those who profit off a big, bloated bureaucracy and regulatory state in the old Upper Canada aristocracy. Know that he will always deliver for them, and he has. He's delivered mightily for them. That's why they're doing so well, and that's why
it's hilarious how a new blackface photo of JT comes at every election. How many of them are there? This man fucking loved to do blackface. I'll tell you that.
Canadians. I mean, people
it's like
seem
his favorite
to
thing to do
as charming and caring, and I think he is charming in a kind of shallow sense. But it isn't obvious to me at all that he's caring. But he seems to play the part, and he plays it well enough so that, well, many people. And this is true of people all over the world, certainly by the act. So why do you think that is? And how do you combat that?
Yeah, look, he is charming. I won't deny that. And he's a good-looking
This guy's
dude.
Just too charming and handsome.
I don't think he's actually that
I can't
popular.
stop talking about this.
People forget he got 32% of the vote in the last election. 68% of those who cast ballots voted
exactly.
Our
whole system has no democratic legitimacy. Is what I've been saying.
The lowest share of vote of any prime minister in Canadian history, and before him, the record was set by him. In the previous election, he got 33% of the vote. He never actually reached the vote share that Harper got in 2011. So we sometimes think he's an extremely popular guy because of the adulation he gets from the mainstream media, but in fact, he's not that popular with ordinary Canadians. What he succeeded at doing, to his credit, is engineering.
He's charming and he smells good, and I want to kiss him.
Votes, so that with 32% of the vote, I think he got something like 45 or 46% of the seats, and that is the nut we need to crack. He wins a lot of seats with.
Do you want to do electoral reform, Pierre?
Few seats, but lots of
somehow
votes.
I don't think
in
you
fact,
do.
The last two elections, Conservatives have beat him in the popular vote. We just haven't got them in the right places. So we need. That's the change we need to make, and I believe we will make in the forthcoming election.
So you don't think that it is a preponderance of Canadians who have had the wool pulled over their eyes?
No, he's not. By any objective analysis of the data, he's not an especially popular prime minister. And in fact, he's probably more on the side of an unpopular prime minister.
What about Mr. Jagmeet Singh, who, for our international...
I would listen to this. There's some great stuff here, too.
Socialist Party, and in some sense, the NDP, New Democratic Party, and in some sense, the person who holds the balance of power right now.
Wait, sorry.
Singh,
what was that, Jordan?
For our international watchers and listeners.
Minister.
What was that?
What about Mr. Jagmeet Singh, who, for our international watchers and listeners, is the leader of the Canadian Socialist Party, and in some sense, the NDP, New Democratic Party, and in some sense, the person who holds the
famously
balance
very
of power
socialist.
right now in Canada's House of Commons.
The socialist NDP.
In some real sense to the federal government.
I fucking wish the NDP was socialist, Jordan.
Well, he lacks a raison d'etre, right? Why does he exist? You've already got an NDP prime minister, a socialist prime minister in Justin Trudeau.
This is what I wanted to get to. This is what I want to get to from this whole talk. These are the intellectual thought leaders of the conservative movement. So why do we need Jagmeet Singh? Why do we need a socialist prime minister? We already have a socialist prime minister. There it is. There's your that's when someone explains their understanding of socialism and talks about a children's book, as he did earlier in this interview. He's talking about the reason socialism doesn't exist, and he's talking about like pigs and horses and stuff. You know? And we're like, this is what they think. They think Justin Trudeau is. That's what socialism is to me. Again, the big state. He just wants the state doing everything. All these issues that he's talking about. they're spending this is supposed to be an interview about the very serious problems facing this country: housing, the climate, the economy, all these things, energy, media. And his thing is, the reason everything is bad is because we have this socialist government led by Justin Trudeau that just wants the state to do everything. And it's like, where is the state? Where is the state building housing? Where is the state doing fucking anything? When are we nationalizing our telecom industry? When are we nationalizing the energy industry? He talked about buying a pipeline, but that's not what happened. And then he, at the same time, says that Trudeau is socialist. Who gave out, I'm currently doing frame 3 from the McMahon meme. Name a single thing the state does except arm Nazis in Ukraine and Israel. We're great at doing that, and I'm sure Pierre wants that to continue. What if you had an epic meme billionaire? Would that help? I'm sure that would be the solution. That's the solution. It's a completely... These are the leaders of this movement, and they don't know what they're fucking talking about. Or they do, and they're deliberately lying. But I actually think that this is what Pierre Poilievre thinks socialism is. I really do. And he literally calls the NDP socialist while the NDP is in charge in BC and is like raiding Indigenous land defenders, Wet'suwet'en land defenders, and sending the RCMP in to bust up blockades so private oil companies can build pipelines on these ancestral lands and export the profits out of the country. That's what the socialist NDP is doing in BC right now.
So that means the Socialist Party has to try to figure out what to do with itself.
Complete lack of understanding. Complete lack of understanding of anything.
And the problem is when you go back to the electorate, people are going to say, well, you're part of the same problem. Like I had a gentleman I was in Chambly in Quebec, lifelong NDP supporter, very upset with how life is. The guy was telling me he's had to reduce his diet to 1 meal a day because food is so expensive. And he was voting for the NDP until he saw the NDP formed a coalition with Trudeau, the guy who's caused all the misery. So it's going to be very hard for Jagmeet to go to the people and claim that he represents anything other than the Trudeaupian status quo. And I think that in the
that's kind of true.
People will
unfortunately
be
for a Jagmeet, political genius Jagmeet Singh.
They'll be looking for the anti-Trudeau.
And so what do you think of him on the personal front? I mean, one of the things that's really struck me about Singh, apart from his unconditional support for Trudeau in exactly the manner you described, is that he seems almost...
They're owning Jagmeet so badly and correctly. They're absolutely right. When you do basically give up all your leverage to the Liberal Party and say like we get means tested dental health care, dental care for some people at who live in a certain area code and who make a certain amount of money. Possibly you might have access to dental care at one point. When you give up all your leverage to do this, yes, then these nerds just get to dunk on you for being like, how are you able to say that you support anything, that you don't support the status quo? They're absolutely right. That's a very good point. Dental insurance for certain blood types during waxing moons. That's good. They've given up all their leverage for this. And now they say they have these righteous, indignant statements. Why aren't we should be taxing the rich? Well, maybe you should have included that in your deal you made with the Liberal Party. And then it just opens the door for these nerds to just like do windmill dunks on him, saying like you just support the liberal status quo. Very true. Great. That's why they call the NDP never do politics.
Stunningly and singularly devoid of ideas. I haven't seen anything come out of the NDP federally that isn't just woke nonsense that constitutes a genuine appeal, let's say, to the working class. And I also thought that and we can talk about this too, his response to the truckers' convoy was something remarkable to behold, because here you had the putative party of the oppressed working class, if anything, even more dismissive of that protest than the Liberals, which is really saying something, because Trudeau, as you pointed out, called them
working
misogynists
class
and bigots, and claimed completely falsely, with the collusion of the CBC.
We've been over the class characteristics of the trucker convoy. This is what these guys think. They've give them credibility about what the working class wants, because we supported the convoy. Yeah. We supported all these small business owners that didn't want to comply with mandates for their workers. And just the random reactionaries mixed in with that.
That the vast preponderance of the money that funded that protest had come first from the bloody Russians and then from the American Republicans, who were apparently, trying to stage a coup in a country it isn't even really on their radar.
What is it? He keeps doing that Joker face.
They're apparently, trying to stage a coup in a...
What is this? A lot of faces in this. I'm grabbing that for future reference.
a country it isn't even really on their radar for reasons that no one's been able to. I was in the States, for 3 months. I went to 50 cities in the last 3 months. And I talked during the Q&A period about, because people kept asking, what's going on with Canada? And I said, well, you're not going to believe this, but our government and our media have told Canadians that MAGA-type Republicans basically tried to stage a coup to destabilize our democracy. And they would ask, and this was Democrats and Republicans alike, they would ask, well, why would we do that? What possible motive, if we cared, which we don't, why in the world would we possibly want to destabilize Canada's democracy? And the answer to that is, well, I always felt as a representative of Canada, and that's
because these false revolutionaries that contribute to these convoys attacking these democratic institutions just want our country to be more fascist than it already is, right? They want to conveniently, they want to cut red tape. They want to cut governmental regulation. They want to restart the oil drilling. They want to restart the fracking. And yet we talked about the class characteristics of this convoy endlessly when it was going on, and whether it was a working class movement or not. And getting into the whole argument as well as how qualifies as working classes and who doesn't, right? Obviously, all the Starbucks workers and other workers and nurses and people, hotel workers and people that were in Ottawa at that time didn't qualify as working class. While they're being screamed at by all these lunatics for weeks of their lives. It was also astroturfed by billionaires, though. I mean, that's just, where was all that money coming from? That is a real thing. And it's probably going back to the same people that paid Jordan Peterson's bills, whether it's Peter Thiel or whoever else. Elon Musk was talking about it. I know we say this a lot, but it is what no material analysis does to an MF. I always go back to the Parenti line too, right? It's the baby talk silliness you get into when you think without Marx, when you think without class analysis. When you try to talk about class issues and you've purposely spent your whole life avoiding learning anything about Marx, you sound like a baby brain moron. Inevitably. He has no idea how politics work at all. No, he does not. I'm going to go soon. I'm going to go in a couple minutes. He's getting into the sacrificing the economic interests of the working class and the truckers' protest. That's the next segment. Then there's a segment on the Emergencies Act and freedom as a unifying principle. I don't know. We've litigated the trucker stuff endlessly. I don't if you want to learn my thoughts about the trucker convoy stuff, I've highlighted and saved all the coverage we did of it. We covered all that, the trucking convoy when it was going on. We talked about all these issues endlessly. Talking about the class characteristics and all this stuff that's on there. So, this is basically what's given. This is essentially what's given Polyev this media boost, is that he supported this and has allowed himself to position himself as being some kind of populist, some kind of outside the system, type, which obviously is just not true. I mean, the idea that he's in any way a threat to the economic or political order in this country is just fucking preposterous. But this convoy thing has kind of allowed him to play act at that. Anyway, that was the talk that everyone's talking about. between Pierre Poilievre and Jordan Peterson. I don't know. What did we learn? Did we learn anything? We learned that both of these guys, they both try to position themselves as some kind of outsiders, and they're both frauds, right? Both of these guys are trying to preserve the status quo. They're trying to, but personally benefit from it. The idea that they're outside of that system in any way is just totally preposterous. You know, as much as Pierre Poilievre tried to position himself as this man of the people by speaking to all these very real issues, whether it's housing or the telecoms or media or whatever else, nothing that he's proposing is remotely different from this like boilerplate conservative program of privatization, cutting regulation, low taxes, destroying the welfare state, more fracking, more drilling. That's all it is. He has none of these guys understand these issues. They might be able to talk about them. None of them understand why these things are happening, and certainly none of the solutions are going to address any of these things, because both of these motherfuckers are what happens when I messed it up. Both of them are examples of what happens, what no class analysis does to an MF. Really messed up that one. Thank you for watching the stream, folks. I gotta go pick up my kid at school now. It's been a pleasure as always. I will be back tomorrow, noon, at the crack of noon. I'll be there at the crack of noon tomorrow. All right? Started the music and crumbled. It's true. I did. Who to raid here? Well, we got Starlight. We got Starlight Dazzle. Starlight's a be right back right now.
No nightlife? No designer drugs? What is this?
We got Bleep Blomp Ben. We got the Goat and the Goblin. We got Left Flank Vets. Mr. Poilievre, what you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Here comes the breakdown. Join the Discord server. Join the Discord. I'll be back tomorrow noon. Tomorrow at noon. Mr. Poilievre, you're like a child who wanders into the middle of a movie. Oh boy. Alright, I'll talk to you folks soon. Alright. Give my regards to Starlight Dazzle, please.